Doctor, cela chama hosting guide, né? Mzwandile Dlabazane. Andiva. Doctor, doctor.
Hello.
Doctor, né? The host, né? Mzwandile Dlabazane. Ya, miqalela lokho ukuthi alila kupita abantu abangakakhatha but what
I want her to give me the list of guests.
Candace always makes a list of all the guests as they arrive.
As hierdie iemand wat kan sing nie. Khosikasima libongwe igama lamakhosikasima libongwe malibongwe 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 malibongwe.
Thank you so much. The interpreting, do you want us to start immediately?
It will have to be, but we will just open. So I'll just open and give over to the speaker. I will just open, acknowledge the guest present, and give over to the speaker. And I think from there you can start possibly. But the speaker will be fine. I will just, after they do the contextualization. Now, after my speech, I think you can just summarize what I have said. And then from there, Zanele will be presiding. So maybe she will be fine in doing it like that. Malibongwe, did you email me the input? This one, please. I kind of get it. I'll make a phone. Waar is het zelf? Ik kan nog een beetje kiezen.
My name is and we bring you a live coverage of the Women's Culture Review Feedback Session. We started this journey in May this year in the Northwest Province, where national, provincial, and local government representatives report back on the commitments made during the review sessions of the 1994 Women's Charters in 2019. We have been to all the other provinces since then, and KwaZulu-Natal is the last province we are visiting at this particular moment. The review process of the Women's Rights Regime was initiated by a resolution of the inaugural Women's Parliament of the 6th Dispensation on the 28th of August in the year 2019. The aim is to assess the effectiveness of existing systematic and institutional mechanisms across the three government to advance the realization of gender equality. As you can see how it has been going. This was indicated as an important indicator in a democratic South Africa to assess the extent of poverty and inequality, particularly faced by women in this country. The review process was undertaken in collaboration with strategic partners and stakeholders across the three spheres of government, Chapter 9 institutions, academics, civil society organizations, women's formations, as well as ordinary women across the country. Through the countrywide review engagements, Parliament gathered valuable information and findings, which forms the basis for sustained engagement with provincial and local governments for the realization of gender equality through strategic and sustained oversight. The newly developed Women's Charter for Accelerated Development includes 15 strategic objectives and a set of broad priority actions from the inputs received from all sectors of our society. As mentioned earlier, we have been to several parts of the country in all provinces where provincial and local government gave feedback on the commitment made during the review sessions, as well as implementation plans going forward. So today, ordinary women from all over the province of KwaZulu-Natal are here to hear from their MECs, mayors, and councillors in terms of what they have done so far in advancing issues affecting women. Remember, you must also join us on our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Stay tuned.
Aphela amandla osaze aphela amandla asaze aphela.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Yeah. Wat?
Esihambayo esihambayo Difuna abalungile elayothando esihambayo 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 difuna Ifuna abalungile
Kwasikasi. Morning, sisters. I'm fine. Yes, thank you very much. Wow. KwaZulu-Natal, viva, viva, viva KwaZulu-Natal. Viva, 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 viva the women of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. That was so nice. It was such a warm welcome to all of us. Thank you. Wow. Wow. You are special. If I had to speak Afrikaans, I would have said Heidi Jelle. That's it, Jelle, Heidi ons. Thank you very much. I think we have we are a little bit beyond our schedule, and we need to start. Today we are here in KwaZulu-Natal, finally, because we have actually decided to take you the last, because of all the activities and action that have been happening in KwaZulu-Natal after the floods and everything. Because sometimes we get fatigued of all the people that come here with events and speaking and all of that. And we didn't want the Women's Charter feedback or report back process to be something that women will feel that, but we are so tired of all the meetings. This is why we are here. My name is Sylvia Lucas. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And this is a program of Parliament. As part to the meeting, and I would love all of us to stand for a time for meditation. Then still standing, have the anthems of our country and of our continent, and then we will continue with our program. Don't we have the AU anthem? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Before we introduce the guest, we will first call the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, the Honorable Boys. It's usually a problem. Others say non-tobacco, others say non-tombeko, others I will just say Honorable Boys, our Speaker, to come in the welcoming and the opening remarks. Over to you, Honorable Speaker.
Mphathi wohlelo, sekela sihlalo wendlu yebhunga lamaphondo kazwelonke, the National Council of Provinces, mhlonishwa udadewethu Sylvia Lucas, omele undunankulu waKwaZulu Natal namhlanje, umhlonishwa umphathiswa wezezimali kwaZulu Natal, the Deputy Chairperson of Committees in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Mhlonishwa Mpumelelo Zulu, the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus in the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, Mhlonishwa Umadlopa, the Whip of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus in the National Assembly, Mhlonishwa Ungwenya, Ngcobozi, Mhlonishwa Ngcobozi, follow that way. The umphathiswa wezokuthuthukiswa kwemiphakathi kwaZulu Natal, umkenduna umhlonishwa uManzimande wakwaKhoza, umphathiswa wezemfundo kwaZulu Natal, umachezi wakwaFraser, umhlonishwa ongusihlalo we-Standing Committee on Quality of Life, ikomiti elibhekelele abantu abadala, abafazi, abantwana, abakhubazekile, nabantu KwaZulu Natal, uMambatha wakwaCele, umhlonishwa omele i-petitions ne-public participation, usihlalo wayo, uMaZulu wakwaZulu, umhlonishwa usihlalo wemisebenzi yoluntu esishayamthetho saKwaZulu Natal, uMazungu wakwaZungu, members of the NCOP that are with us, I see Umalthuli, the provincial legislature, NCOP that are us, and the representatives of the South Local Government Associations that are with us. Ngimbonile umhlonishwa umeya womkhandlu womzinyathi inyoni esindo sesisila, ilibonile wonke amakhansela akhoyo lana phakathi kwethu asuka kwimikhandlu yaKwaZulu Natal, mamchunu bonke ozakwenu onabo, amakhosikazi akwaZulu Natal asuka amanye kwimibutho yamakhosikazi emelweyo kwizishayamthetho nakwiParlamente likazwelonke, abanye abasuka kwizikhungo zemfundo ephakamileyo ekhona, abanye ordinary women, who are activists. In their own right. Ndiyanibingelela nonke eninathi lana. Ngiyumushwe ngokolimi lolu lwesingisi, isilimi lolu voice. You know, I'm actually so ngiyazi ukuthi that language of boys would be covered. So allow me to use the language of boys and that of Nontembeko. And the language of Lucas is it's the one that I will not attempt to, because I will start in the verlede date and end there. But I think it will be befitting to greet the heads of department and all government officials that are here. The heads that the shoulders that politicians stand tall from every day. The mission yakho bhuti ungathi lona ke right. Honorable Chairperson, once again it is an honor for me to welcome you back to our beautiful province. Following the earlier engagement we had with you, especially at the beginning of the year, around February. We know that we should have had you again towards the end or at the beginning of the second quarter. But because of the courtesy that you afforded the province at the time of our challenges, following the inclement weather, the NCOP was afforded us courtesy enough not to visit us at that time. Many may think that you delayed us, but I think that women who were affected by the disaster really appreciated your understanding. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, for not being insensitive enough to come there. But even today, we feel that this journey of returning to our province is tantamount to you coming back full circle, because you are finishing a journey that started more than 60 years ago, which was led by courageous women who were the forebearers of our struggle. And you have made alive a journey that to many of us is history. When we think of Abomama Unokuthela, when we think of Abomama Unokuhamba, when we think of Abomama uFlorence, when we think of abanye omama that are unsung heroes today, we will also remember the faces of the women that we see here today and say, these are those who carried the baton forward. Thank you for affording the women of KwaZulu-Natal that are alive today an opportunity. Whilst we might think that this is the end, it is not an end. As we welcome you today to report back, this is the beginning of the real work of making the laws work for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, of ensuring that the Women's Charter is not just a book that we invoke when we are drunk in our revolutionary theory or when we want to sound relevant, but it is a book that is translated into life by those whom we elect to go and represent us, either in councils or in the legislatures that we have. Xa siba sinithumile eParlamente, kwi-NCOP noma e-legislature, sizabe sinithumela okokuba niyophilisa imicabango yalabo babefike ngaphambi kwethu, niyenze iphile. Siyibona lento iyenzeka kahle kakhulu ngoba uma ubuya uma sele kuzophela i-16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Kuphinde futhi kuhlangane nokuthi ubuya ngemuva kokuthi ikhabhinethi kazwelonke ivumelene ngokwenza kube phandle ibill exabangela ezinye indawo emthethweni wobukhona eSouth Africa, lowo obizwa nge-criminal law. lapho babheka khona sexual offences and other related matters in an amendment bill that they have adopted. This is such that our reflections here today, when we interact with the presentations, are more focused on how we all must play a role in making and translate to our lived experiences progressively as women of KwaZulu-Natal. Whilst we ordinarily see most putting the expectation of changing their lives on government, civil society bodies and political women formations and ordinary women folk have shown us that when you work together, your common interests may be achieved much sooner. They did that through advocacy work, and today we have a bill that is set to pave a way for a new era on the definition of sexual offences in the Republic of South Africa and on making us understand differently sex work in our country. During the review of the charter, the sampled municipalities that presented here, Chairperson, in some areas were found to be lacking in some of the key areas, which included approved gender policies in those municipalities, translation of the national agenda on women empowerment, levels of discrimination of the LGBTQIA, and lack of evidence of budgeting. Whilst these may be taken directly from the local government level reports, but I want to say it is also the same at other levels of government. You would find that at the higher levels, they may still be grappling with those. They then need all of us to provide progressive solutions to them. And it is in this regard that the KwaZulu-Natal Women's Caucus, led by Honorable Sikhu Madlopa, is partnering with municipalities in the province to provide empowerment to the Women's Caucus, specifically on gender budgeting. They started with Mandeni Women's Caucus earlier in the year, and I know for a fact that they are continuing. And they are also doing other skills in that empowerment of women's caucuses. And also, the Petitions and Public Participation Standing Committee, led by Honorable RZ Pizu, is fighting discrimination, especially that targets the LGBTQIA, through also having an annual symposium of this sector, which takes progressive resolution aimed at educating our public, especially understanding that KwaZulu-Natal is one of the conservative provinces that we have in South Africa. The Quality of Life Standing Committee is hard at work even currently during these 16 days of activism, but it is known for its work that is doing in the areas across the province in fighting the abduction of young girls that are being married off to older women. Honorable Mbatatele and the Standing Committee are doing this work not because bayenzela bona noma bayenza ngoba belusana nesiko, kodwa bayenza ngoba beqonda ukuthi alikho isiko elenza ukuthi amalungelo abanye abantu abukelwe phansi. Kepha isiko elalikhona selichintshiwe by rapists who find solace in changing a culture and make a culture a scapegoat for them to continue to rape and abduct young children. And if the KwaZulu-Natal legislature stands and keeps quiet whilst people change culture to suit their intention to perpetuate gender-based violence, it will mean that the women of KwaZulu-Natal are not being protected by the law and the lawmakers that they elect. It is for this reason that these three committees must continue working with other committees in the legislature to ensure that they make government account on how the lawmaking is effectively changed, especially following this program of changing, of reviewing the Women's Charter siwenze ukuthi umthetho usebenzele abantu. Lokho kungenhla kusibonisa kahle ukuthi akekho ongenalo iqhaza ekumele alibambe nokuthi omunye kumele angabuki nokuthi angalindi, kepha sonke asenze lokho esingakwenza. Uma sekubekiwe ngalabo bantu abazobeka lana kakhulukazi iminyango kahulumeni, ngiyacela ukuthi angabikho ogibela esihlahleni noma entabeni abesethi ngizoke ngibone ukuthi bazokwenze njani, kepha asisukume sonke sibhukule sakhe iKwaZulu-Natal engacwasi, engenadlame futhi ethuthukayo. Asingamemezi ukuthi thina silungile abanye abalungile, kepha sidedele izenzo zethu ezinhle zisikhulumele. Kuhle kombhali waphesheya kwezilwandle uBell Hooks owashiya esilayele ukuthi akunandaba kakhulu ukuthi utshele abantu lokho okholelwa kukona, kepha okunesisindo ukuthi ngezenzo zakho ubonise abantu lokho okholelwa kukona, ungabatsheli. Bazothuma bese bekubona usenza babe sebeyabona ukuthi ukholelwa kulokho. It's not important to tell us what you believe in. It's well and good what you believe in. That, but importantly, your actions will tell us louder than your words what you believe in. Siyanamukela KwaZulu-Natal.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi phambili ngokuthuthukisa abantu besifazane phambili. Ngiyabonga. Igama lami nguMzwandile waKaNkomo. Ngiyimember ye-National Assembly, an MP, and a whip of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. So I am going to direct this program just to assist so that we're able to move quickly. Asibonge MEC, Speaker, ngamagama wakho welcome. But one thing that you forgot to say is that while you are fighting the issues of inclusive of women in the mainstream of in this province, I can stand here and be proud and say, in the executive of the Premier, we have 6 women, which means we've got 60% of representative of women in that executive. So it gives, I'm sure other provinces would learn as well to say, women are capable. I think they always say that you educate a woman, you educate the nation. You give a woman a position of leadership, you know that they will bring change. So I would like now to call upon Honorable Lucas, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to come and give us an address on the contextualizing the Women's Charter report back session. Honorable Lucas, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngcobo. Honorable Ngcobo, as you have heard before, is the whip of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus in the National Assembly. I just wanted to actually recognize the established protocol, but I also want to acknowledge the presence of our friend, a woman, a queen from Nigeria that is staying in KwaZulu-Natal. But what is very important for us is that she is representing women and children in the diaspora, which is very important for us. And I just wanted to give recognition to her presence in this gathering. And like I said, we will continue with the established protocol. And mine is actually a very easy task, and I can't speak long. You heard this, the speaker already said that I speak Khoisan language. I can't. But she forget to say that I've got also a side that come from Kofimvab. That is the other side that she forget to say. So many of us, we are of that origin from different peoples. But before I continue to explain or to give a contextualization of what we are doing here today, I just want to apologize for one thing. We absolutely ran out of print of the Women's Charter documents. It's currently at the printers for KwaZulu-Natal province. We will make sure that we actually give the legislature all the copies so that they can actually distribute it to the different NGOs and to all the women of the province. We will also make sure Honorable Lutuli, from the areas that she come, one thing I like about Honorable Lutuli, she might be from an opposition party, but particularly during the floods and the disaster, we could see when someone loved the province, there is no politics involved. And that is one thing that we have observed from her. She played the part, she was always there. And when they had to debate on the issues, she didn't come up with all the negative issues. She actually came up with the plight of her people. It's not often that opposition people can say that about one another, but I want to say it about that young woman. Thank you. And she's here today, but she doesn't respect me because she thinks she's older than me. We can give her a round of applause. Everyone was satisfied with her performance. Sometimes when you praise someone of the opposition, then you just see they are being removed. Let us pray that she's not being removed. Thank you very much. In actual fact, you have been welcomed here and you've been told about the Women's Charter report back session, which was a resolution of the Women's Parliament in 2019 that we need to review the Women's Charter of 1994, which is the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. We did undertake that review process. We went to 46 of the 52 districts in the country. We didn't do it in provinces, we did it in districts. And we make sure that we assess the efficacy of the existing systematic and institutional mechanisms across and to advance gender equality. After that, we developed the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development with 15 strategic objectives and a set of broad priority actions appropriately encompasses the invaluable inputs received from all sectors of society. Mandate that we establish clear roles, responsibility, mandates, and lines of accountability of key government and oversight bodies in implementing gender mainstreaming initiatives. Today we are gathered here, and this woman further demand of us to be resolute in our commitments to re-engineer systematic and institutional arrangements across the three spheres of government to improve. We must ensure that we add policy redesign, planning, budgeting, and implementation practices to advance gender. Gender equality is a fundamental human right and an essential prerequisite for achieving a policy that promotes constitutional implementation of gender equity across all sectors of society. And our starting point is the national policy framework as proposed by the Commission for Gender Equality. We need to do away with the inability to implement, which stands as a key decelerator to policy implementation, thereby impeding transformation. We must pursue at all material times to have a the government and as well as the legislature to do annual gender audits to assist in the institutionalization of gender mainstreaming. Collectively, we must advance for an inclusive economic growth paradigm, inculcated a gender imperative into all economic growth policy frameworks and strategic interventions. We speak about economic growth, but women remain in the informal sector. They remain vendors along the streets. You don't really hear, substantively about women that have got multi-billion contracts, that have got multi-million companies, and that is what we want to see in economic growth. We used to have events-driven gender discourse, Women's Month, 16 days of activism, as we are now in the 16 days of activism, and that is the events that is being budgeted for, with limited institutionalization of initiatives throughout the year. We have tried as Parliament to make this a program of 365 days to make sure that throughout the year, women are being heard. And we've been going from province to province. And really, we actually succeeded in making sure that this agenda of gender equality and the women's agenda remain focused. And that is something that we have seen in the responses from government. We don't want the women to go every second year to the GBVF summit and speak about the same things. We want women to come there and say, indeed, in 2018, we said that. And in 2022, we see that this, at least we have come thus far. And now from 2022 to 2024, that is where we are. Is it not what we as women want? Is it not what we want? We want to be relevant in the general discourse. Is what we want. So we have been hearing a lot about the issue of gender-based violence and femicide, in particularly violence against women and girls. It is an issue that needs to be addressed if we want to achieve gender equality in South Africa. We have been going around as Parliament, as I've already said, to districts. We came to provinces. In this event that we are having today, we bring the executive, which is the government, to report to women on the commitments they made during the high-level session. Because after every consultation, we had a high-level session with the government of all the provinces. We have been participating in all the different events that was there. And we've been working with role players like Stats SA to get a better understanding of the situation of the women of South Africa, the Commission on Gender Equality in each of the provinces. Unfortunately, today, they are having another event. Remember, our event was supposed to be tomorrow, but because of the availability of the venue, we decided to take it today. So that is why some of our stakeholders will not be able to be here, like the CGE. But they have went province to province and they have looked municipality to municipality to see what is being done to make sure that gender equality become part and parcel of the agenda. And that is why we as Parliament, we will continue to embark on this as a sustained and a targeted oversight and accountability campaign. We want legislatures to make sure that they emulate what we are doing as Parliament, to come back to the people, bring the executive, and then make them to respond to the people. Today, we will ask a lot of questions, possibly when we have enough time. We will allow that. We will not allow them to respond because we don't want short-term responses. We want them to go back, study what you have spoken, and what they can implement, and come back when we come back again, or they come back again and report to the woman. We are actually providing a platform for provincial executives and women at the level. The implementation of gender responsive planning, because in many instances you say you don't have a budget, but a budget will come if there is a plan. You will tell me, the bureaucrat will tell me that you must plan, and if you can submit your plan and there is available resources, the budget will come. But in many instances we don't plan, but we want to implement, and that is why we are perpetually in a state of implementation that does not materialize. We don't know what is happening. So we want all spheres of government to address the structural and institutional weaknesses that impede the whole issue of gender transformation. With that said, I hope we are clear of what we are going to do here today. I have requested the interpretation session to just little bit make sure that all of us are at least at the level where we understand what we are doing here today. I am apologizing to the program director. I'm like that. If you don't stop over. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga. Tell them that we are is available.
Oh.
It's your platform.
Yeah, they're in the program.
Yeah, Dr. Mbaba.
Yeah.
Are they on the platform? Mbaba.
Well, that's the prince. Don't go check. Balibongwe. Balibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Balibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Asibonge bomama. Ngiyakuzwa nje yazi umoya wala erumini. Honorable Lucas is a very positive spirit. It's very clear that mama, when we are united, ayikho into ezosihlula. And I know ukuthi nomqulo usunite even further. Ngisho nokhubazekile ohlukumezekile emphefumulweni, but ngomqulo uyahila. So asibonge. Thank you very much, Honorable Lucas, for the presentation in terms of the purpose of the day. It's important that masihlangene sikhona uku-understand asizwisisane ukuthi kungani sila. And she was very clear in terms of why we are here. But one thing I loved is what she said. She said that after my presentation, which would not allow them to respond. And what the speaker said earlier, she said, action speaks louder than words. Don't tell me what you are going to do. Show me what you are going to do. So if program yet is over, we would have our presentations from department. There are MECs who are here, who are members of parliament, legislature. They are going to represent their department. In an absent where the minister, the MEC, sorry, is not here, there would be an official that would speak to us. So I am one person here because I want us to arrive to where we're going. I would not summarize every address that we receive. I think you would have noted because I guess my mail. We note, and then later on, go to a session where we're going to interact with what we have been fed. So we're going to have an opportunity to sukuma. If we mibuzo, unfortunately, mibuzo yako would not be answered. But this interaction here to asibe ngalendlela yokuthi siyabathuma. in terms siyazazi into esizidingayo ngithi siyawazi ama-challenges wethu ekuhlaleni so asibeke ngendlela ukuthi siyabathuma ukuthi part of their the departmental programs that they do in terms of issues that are affecting women, they must be able to note 1, 2, 3, 4. But pin the foot busy so that they tell us. But who speak our actions speak louder than words. So from here moving forward, Honorable Speaker of Legislature would know, would see ngokwenza ekhaleni ukuthi no washo wathi sizobona umsebenzi. So I would like to check the next speaker. Unfortunately, we're supposed to receive a presentation from the Gender Commission, CGE, Commission of Gender Equity. But unfortunately, they've apologized. I've not been given reasons why. And this is one of the critical department or office that deals with specifically with issues of women. But unfortunately, they are not here. But we'll move. I am told on terms of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, they are on virtual. I don't know how they are connected. They're supposed to give us a presentation on virtual. Are they connected? I know it's Nomonde Matubula, who is supposed to give us a presentation on assessment of gender mainstreaming in the financial allocation of the various departments and entities of Natal Province on the current financial year. Are they connected?
Yes, we are available.
The office
Program
of
director.
the chairperson of the NSOP, you are here?
Yes, we are here, program
Can I
director.
connect? Okay, let's just give them a minute.
We are connected, program director.
Or should we move to the next one while they're connecting?
We are here, program
connected.
director. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
the platform is yours.
Program director, I'm not sure if I'm audible. I wanted to.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, program director. Thank you so much for welcoming us as the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Just to formally greet the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Boyce, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, all members of the Provincial Parliament who are present, all MECs who are present, mayors and councillors, fellow presenters, the women of KwaZulu-Natal and all South Africans, good morning. Watinda bafazi, watindi mbokoto, you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Chairperson, it is an opportune time that we gather here at this time to scrutinize the ongoing interventions across the work of government to advance the women's agenda. We are also mindful that during the 16 days of activism, we continue to denounce the scourge of violence against women and children. Women are yet to be free from all forms of violence. We continue to call on our government to live up to constitutional values and provide safety and security to women of this country. Program Director, today we continue to take stock of the achievements gained since 1994 and to assess the systematic weaknesses that continue to impede the advancement and realization of socio-economic rights and gender equality in South Africa. We do that because it has been said, if something is not monitored and evaluated, it will not get done. Only when we know where the gaps are, can we be able to make concrete policy and legislative proposals to close the gaps. We all agree that we need to remove historical, structural, institutional, and cultural barriers to the realization of gender equality in South Africa. The Financial and Fiscal Commission is a constitutional body mandated to advise Parliament and provincial legislatures on the division rate. Our task is to assess mainstreaming in the financial allocations of the various departments and entities of the KwaZulu-Natal province. Sizama ukuqonda ukubana ingaba ulwabiwo lwemali kwiphondo lwaKwaZulu-Natal luzujongile na imfuno nezidingo zabantu ababhinqileyo. It will be a decisive victory and substantive progress for the women of this country in all provinces, metros, and districts when budgets and fiscal tools address gender parity across government. In this regard, our presentation as the FFC will assess KwaZulu-Natal's provincial government's progress in this regard. We will assess the current provincial development plans, the provincial strategic plans, to assess whether planning is done with we also look at budget allocation, specifically the provincial education and budget allocations in these departments, gender responsive. On that note, Honorable Chairperson and Program Director, I want now to hand over to our researchers to present and unpack the presentations for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. I'll take you through to the presentation. Can you move on to slide 3, Zwai?
Why we don't have the slides? No wonder can just speak.
The presentation outline will be about the role and the function of FFC, just to highlight, as the chairperson has indicated, and why is it important to have gender responsive budgeting, what are the aspects that need to be looked at, and the method that we use in the province to analyze the methods, as well as the key findings and the analysis, including the recommendation. Next slide. Am I audible, Chair? Okay. Thank you. Here, just to touch base that FFC is an independent institution established in terms of the Constitution with the mandate of making recommendation to all the spheres of government. Next slide. Slide 4. The importance of gender responsive budgeting. We know that despite the commitments that have been made in the country, unacceptable gender inequalities remain. These gender commitments should be translated into fiscal commitments in all spheres of government. And to do that, one of the methods that can be used is the budget. The use of budget is to achieve gender equality or equality goals, so that we know that they are gender responsive. Gender responsive budgeting is just about deliberate making the intergovernmental fiscal relation system sensitive or responsive to the needs of women and contributing to moving women out of poverty. It is about gender sensitive resource allocation, integrating a clear gender perspective within the overall budget process. Gender budgeting, it is not a new budget or a separate budget for women, but rather the integration of gender approaches in all stages of the budget cycle. Slide number 5. We know, yes, thank you. We know that empowering women through the budget is not the only right thing to do, but we cannot win anything if the majority of the team is not in the play. A successful IGFR system is one that is sensitive to the needs of women and contributes to empowering women and moving them out of poverty. Priority Action 3 of the Women Charter for Accelerated Development acknowledges, among other things, the need for tangible plans developed for the advancement and realization of gender equality, backed by the necessary budget allocation so as to ensure implementation. How do we do this? We do this by making sure that gender equality is reflected in all budget documentation, whether it's a MTBBS or the Division of Revenue Bill, in our strategic plans and annual performance. All departments across the spheres of government shall be subject to an annual gender audit to assist in the institutionalization of gender mainstreaming as the Women Charter Accelerated Development is acknowledging. Next slide. Slide number 6. The FFC in 2022 also, in contribution to this topic, conducted a study whereby it was addressing gender inequality through gender budgeting in the public sector and made some recommendation. The study assessed the effectiveness of key departmental budgets in addressing gender equality commitments, as well as the adequacy of legislation, policy, and institutional framework in promoting gender-responsive budget in government. Findings of the study indicated that there is limited mainstreaming of gender issues. The main reason for this is that departments generally lack gender disaggregated data and information to implement gender-responsive planning, followed by budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing. Also, the analysis indicated that gender disaggregated information could be found in other domains or within the working knowledge of departments, but the information is not integrated into the strategic documents of departments to allow gender responsive budgeting processes to take effect. Next slide, slide 7. Here is just to highlight some of the key aspects in order to be able to make sure that you are gender responsive in the budgeting process, where we talk about the planning, whereby the provincial development plans need to make sure that they assess the situational analysis, whereby gender needs to be disaggregated by data, because if gender issues are not planned, no budgeting will take place. Also in the budget process, here we begin with circulars, which we must make sure that they are gender sensitive, and they also address how these gender goals are going to be realized. Next slide. This is slide number 8. Also, there should be monitoring and evaluation and oversight in making sure that the gender targets are going to be met. Slide number 9. Here, this slide, we look at the method of analysis that we used for the KZN province, whereby we analyze provincial development and performance plans, strategic plans of the province to assess whether planning is done within the gender lens. We chose 3 sectors: education, health, social development, as we know that these departments deliver key services and they account for the largest chunk of the government expenditure. And we are of the view that they are a powerful catalyst for changing gender inequalities. As I've mentioned, that education, we know that it is the primary driver for human capital development, where I remember the speaker mentioned that once women are educated, we empower women so that they can participate more in the labor market. We know that what health outcomes done on women as they are able to improve not only their health, but the health of their families. Also, social development contributes to the promotion of women empowerment through the social protection programs that are available. Also, we assess the patterns or changes in budgets which are meant to support women's empowerment and gender equality. We also look at the program performance of the selected departments that I've mentioned. Slide number 10, please. I'm not sure whether I should continue on my side. Slide number 10, please, Swai.
Please proceed.
I should proceed, ma'am.
Yes, proceed, please.
Okay.
Good job, proceeder.
Yes, I'm trying to, can you close this one so that I can be able to check my slides here? Can you maybe, I don't know whether you minimize the, because now I can't share my screen. Yes, thank you. Slide number 10. Here we looked at the Office of the Premier in the KZN province. It acknowledges that its performance and the strategic plans are aligned with the National Development Plan as well as the medium-term strategic framework, which include vulnerable groups of the society and policy on gender and women empowerment. Also, the OTP, it also indicates that its mandate is to provide strategic leadership to various transversal functions within the provincial government. The FFC is of the view that the Office of the Premier and the province should oversee that their strategy and plans expand on its gender responsiveness and have explicit gender priorities and indicators across its priorities as per the medium-term strategic framework. And one of the strategic focus of the Office of the Premier is on supporting vulnerable groups, that is women, people with disability, children, and the LGBTQI through the mainstreaming of these programs into government programs. There is also a youth development strategy aimed at promoting the participation of youth in the mainstreaming economy through employment or business opportunities. The FFC commends this approach by the Office of the Premier in catering for the vulnerable groups of the society in its strategy and plans, as well as mainstreaming, as this is in line with the National Agenda Framework on Gender Responsive Planning, Budgeting, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Auditing. Further, the FFC is of the view that for gender equality commitments to be realized, they need to be reflected and detailed in all the departments' strategic and annual performance plans in the province, and they should be backed by the necessary budget allocation in order to ensure that implementation takes into effect. Next slide. In terms of the demographics and socio-economic context in the province, we saw that in the plans in terms of health, the province highlights that the HIV and TB remain high in the province. However, the information was not disaggregated by gender. Also, KZN in the plans indicated that they had a number of social grant beneficiaries, and the figures are stated, but the beneficiaries were not gender disaggregated. In terms of employment status, KZN Provincial Administration, the data was disaggregated by gender. Next slide, please. In terms of the program performance in the Office of the Premier, the Office of the Premier has 3 programs. One of the program is policy and governance, with the aim of which is to improve and facilitate coordination and alignment of its transversal policy strategies, short and long-term plans, as well as reporting and monitoring thereof for the provincial government. Also, this program, it has a sub-program called Provincial and Policy Management, which oversees the implementation of the government-wide monitoring and evaluation framework in the province through the monitoring and evaluation program. The FFC commends the Office of the Premier with this and is of the view that the office, in effecting its transversal role, should monitor, evaluate, and audit these gender goals to ensure gender targets are realized, including stating output indicators on gender mainstreaming. Next slide. Now I will look at the 3 sectors that I have mentioned earlier. I will start with the allocation in the social development program. In terms of the percentage share allocation in the program, we found that children and families take the largest share at 46%, followed by the social welfare services at 21%. The Commission welcomes the increased allocation in these two programs, given the critical role they play in protecting the vulnerable groups. However, when we disaggregated these programs further, we found that care and services to families as well as community services receive the least share at 1% and 6% respectively. Yet these programs, they play a vital role in preventing society's social ills. The other programs that the department has in the social development is a restorative service and development and research, which take the least shares at 11% and 7%. Yet these programs, they provide services related to crime prevention and victim empowerment support to the vulnerable groups, while they also support poverty alleviation and sustainable development, as well as creating opportunities for women and empowerment in the community. That is that. Can you move on to slide 14? In terms of slide 14 on social development, we looked at the program achievement for the year. The Commission welcomes the department reporting on its program performance in all its programs, as well as the number of beneficiaries it envisaged targeting. However, the Commission notes that this information is not disaggregated by gender. If you look at the table below, you will find that the social development has an HIV/AIDS program, whereby it indicates the number of beneficiaries, but this information is not disaggregated by gender. Also, it also indicated the social relief distress number of beneficiaries that benefited from the program, but the information was not disaggregated by gender. For gender mainstreaming to take full effect, this information needs to be disaggregated by gender, as program budgets are not neutral, but they affect men and women differently. Next slide, please. Slide number 15. This one is the education department in the province. In the province, what we found out is that the public ordinary schools program takes the largest percentage share of the budget in the education program at 81%, followed by the infrastructure development at 5%. Public ordinary school, we know that it is the core mandate in the department in terms of providing education for the primary and to high school. And then when we disaggregated the public ordinary school, we found that there is little that is allocated in school, sport and culture at 0.04% shares. We also disaggregated the infrastructure program, whereby we found that the largest chunk is taken by the public ordinary schools at 88%, with only 7% shares in the public special schools. The other programs in the education department are the public special schools and the early childhood development, which receive the least shares at 3% and 2% respectively. The FFC is concerned about this program receiving the least shares, as we are of the view that this is not in line with inclusive education vision, which need to include the vulnerable groups of the society in ensuring that access to early childhood learning is available for all learners. In terms of the public special schools, we are of the view that these are the vulnerable learners with severe barriers to learning that require more resources and support, while ECD also caters for preschool education and in turn will allow women to find other opportunities to earn income. Yet these two programs receive the least shares. Next slide, please. Slide number 16. Thank you. In terms of the program performance in the education program, the Department of Education reports on program performance measures in all its programs, and this is a welcome. The Commission is of your view that the department can streamline this information further by disaggregating the information by gender to be able to measure, for instance, as you can see on the table below, the number of learners benefiting from the nutrition program. It's indicated there that 82% of learners benefiting. We need to know the gender dimension in this. Also, the education department also mentioned the number of learners benefiting from learner transport. We need to know the gender dimension and so on. It is critical for gender disaggregation to be provided in respect of the targeted beneficiaries, so as to able to monitor, evaluate, and audit of these gender targets. Next slide, please. Slide number 17. This is the health department. Here, in terms of the allocation and the analysis, the district health services absorb the largest chunk of the share allocation in the province at 53%, followed by the provincial hospital services at 24%. The largest share in these programs is welcomed, given the services that they provide in terms of rendering primary healthcare services, hospital services, maternal, child, and women's health, as well as HIV programs. However, when we disaggregated the district health services program, we found that the community-based services and the corona services received the least share at 4% and 1%, and this is a concern, and as we are of the view that these services played a critical role in supporting the vulnerable groups. Also, the other programs in the health program are the health sciences and training, as well as the healthcare support, which also received the least shares at 3% and 1%. Yet these programs provide assistive devices such as orthotics and prosthetics, which vulnerable groups have access to, including medicine and equipment, as well as the training of health personnel, which is also, we know that it is key for skilled personnel so as to realize better health outcomes. Yet these two programs, they receive the least shares. In terms of the program achievement in the health department, the Commission welcomes the department in reporting on its achievement and the progress. The department reported on ART clients, that is the HIV/AIDS program, but the information is not disaggregated by gender to be able to monitor and see who the program is benefiting. It will say in the district health services, the program, like the ART clients who benefited, if we are at the maternal, child and women's health, the antenatal, the number of maternal death, but this information is not disaggregated by gender. Ideally, all the programs should be gender disaggregated to be able to achieve the national agenda of mainstreaming. It should not only be by virtue of the program focusing on women. It should be stated how many of those women also benefited from the program. The next slide, which is slide number 19. In terms of the conclusion, the plans, the strategies by the Office of the Premier indicate strides made by the province in reporting and in including vulnerable groups in its plans and program so as to realize the gender goal. The department selected for analysis, as we have seen, do report on program achievements. However, the selected departments lack gender disaggregated information to understand the full impact of their expenditure on women or men. For gender mainstreaming to take effect fully, this information should be integrated in all programs of the department, and they should be evaluated, audited to ensure that targets are realized. Likewise, with program performance, it is reported, and we are of the view that it should be disaggregated by gender to measure the progress and achievement, while also providing an opportunity to focus on interventions where it is needed. As I've indicated earlier, program budgets are not neutral, but they affect the gender dimensions differently. Last slide, which is the recommendations. The recommendations that the FFC is coming up with is that the Office of the Premier, together with other departments such as the Provincial Treasury, should coordinate and spearhead initiatives focused on the capacity building of political and administrative leadership on gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing at all levels of government in line with the national agenda. Annually, a comprehensive report should be prepared by government departments in the province on how their policies translate into gender equality commitments, and the provincial legislature should play an oversight role in ensuring these commitments are realized. What is measured is likely to be prioritized. Departments should also invest in statistical capacity building programs to improve the measurement of gender equality indicators and the collection of gender disaggregated data, which should be reflected in their strategies and plans executed through the budget, monitored, evaluated, and audited, with the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Legislature exercising their oversight role in this instance. That is my last slide, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomonde Matabula, on your presentation in terms of the report back on the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Ngizocela Bandla, in our next speakers, we understand that KZN, it also has rural places, areas, where our mama, they are highly disadvantaged. And you know, I'm a report lawa wethu mahle kakhulu, but we speak so much English such that umlayezo awukhona ukufika kahle ebantwini. Are they not for the sign language? Yeah, but again, we do have interpreters, but unfortunately, we don't have systems ezokhona ukuthi si-assist bakupresent so that bakhona uku-understanda umlayezo, because lo mlayezo esiwuphethe akusowethu, owenu to understand, angithi. So ngizocela-ke ngingazi ngifake ekhoneni bo-MEC bongqongqoshe bamabahle ukuthi manizopresenta mhlambe lapho nalapho ke silahlela isiZulu so that abantu bakithi bakhona uku-understanda umlayezo kahle kahle esiwuphathele wona. Yes. Ngizobiza ungqongqoshe u-MEC we-Social Development, u-Honorable Nonhlanhla Khoza, azosinikeza umlayezo, azosinikeza a presentation on law reforms to address gender-based violence and femicide, but in sheltering and victim support services, interventions targeted at gender-based violence, hotspot, and impact assessment on interventions, the overall progress in implementing provisions of the 2021 Women's Charter in relation to social development. Asimnikele izandla.
Ngingena kwi-temptation ke nami ethi malibongwe. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Greetings to Chief Whip Zanele. Greetings to the honorable members, akhona or colleagues bami. Greetings to all NCOP delegates esinawo ngaphakathi. Abo bonke ama MPLs akhona ngaphakathi. And I greet those who are connected as well. The directors, abakhona, chief directors, abakhona. We also have the Office of the Premier, represented by DDGs, HODs, the Office of the DG. Sanibona makhosikazi. Chair, let me start by handing over the report to you because ikhona le report enama this and that as required by yourselves. Let me hand over to you the report as prepared, or it belongs to the chief whip. Okay. That's the report. That's our report as per your request. I want to simplify this report, this presentation. Minage, I had thought as much. Ukuthi, we are women coming from all walks of life. We might need to simplify whatever we have. Colleagues, bantu abahle, bomama abahle, bahle ngempela futhi. No baba ke futhi abakhona, angazi ke kumuntu wesilisa kuyashona ukuthi muhle, but ke ay nibahle. Bahle banqwaba, banqwaba. We want to appraise the members, the NCOP, on law reform to address gender-based violence and femicide. Sizozithatha zonke ke, sheltering and victim support services, interventions targeted at GBV, hotspots, and impact assessment of interventions. Ngizohamba nje ngemuke nazo. I won't be following the order elapho kwakho, so that izoba simple lento esikhuluma ngayo. Law reform to address gender-based violence and femicide. Sinama legislations, ama pieces of legislation. Sengiyabheka uSpeaker, I greet her in absentia. And which have been amended and will have implications for DSD to address the gender-based violence. Achitshiyelwe le mitheshwanyana ukuze incedise i-DSD ukuze ikwazi ukudila ne-gender-based violence. I-criminal law, sexual offenses and related matters. Kunemtheshwana ke obonayo ukuthi sizamile ukuhambisana nayo. Ikakhulu lapho abantwana kufanele ukuthi basebenzisane nabantu nama social workers abantwana abangama victims. Sikwenzile ukufundisa ukuqala ngetraining, to provide training kuma social workers ukuze akwazi ukudila nayo i-gender-based violence. Nokuthi umuntu oyi-perpetrator, lo muntu omhlukumezi, akwazi ukufakwa phela kwi-role emabhukwini ukuthi ungumhlukumezi, ukuze angaphindi ayohlukumeza abanye abantwana. So izintwana ezincane lezi esizilandelayo esifuna ukuzibona zenzeka. Senzela ukuthi ungatholi ukuthi there's an unsuitable person osebenzayo ongumsebenzi kodwa osebenza nabantwana eduzane engafanele. Siqalile ke savetha even istaff sethu saka social development ukuthi kungabi abantu baba nawo amacala afanayo. I-vetting ibalekile, in fact kuwona wonke ama departments asebenza nabantwana. Izinto esinjalo esikhuluma ngazo. Kwi-Domestic Violence Amendment Act siyabuka i-risk in line with amended acts, especially no impact ebanayo emsebenzini wethu. I-risk assessment will be presented in a report format njengoba nje si presenter. The the department has a generic assessment tool that is user-friendly. A directory of services is in place and will be updated on the ongoing basis. Yikho ngithi le fanele ngiyipresent as it is, as expected, bese ngizama mina to simplify. I-department inama-social workers allocated per ward, so that kube lula angathi umuntu uma ngingayibambanga inamba ye-call center, whom to contact. I-ward ne-ward inayo social worker attached to it. So ke kulula ukuthi mawunesehlo esikhona, you have someone ozungakhuluma naye. Social workers will need to be trained. Kuma interventions by department with regards to amended legislation. Sidlulile to provide a full capacity kuma stakeholders. Ngicela ukungena kweyama shelters for abused women and men. Sinama shelters amabili abantu besilisa. Uma sikhuluma ngama shelters sikhuluma ngale ndawo umuntu wesilisa angaya khona ayohlisa leyo enga abanayo before athathe amu athi uyadubula noma uyabulala umndeni wakhe. We have those shelters out ke Honorable Lucas, ama shelters ethu for men. Kuma shelter uhlala 6 months with shelter. And I believe, Honorable Lucas and your team, as you are here, you must know about our challenges as well as KZN, so that you can advocate on our cases. Kuma shelters, there's a challenge we have. As much as we have many shelters for women, but after 6 months, umama uphindele emuva. Noma ngabe umama ubehleli kwi shelter nabantwana, kodwa uyaforseka ukuthi aphindele emuva abuyele ekhaya. So sithi it is very much important ukuthi omama laba abagcinwe emashelteni should be provided a shelter over their heads. Ngoba that's a challenge we see. Ngoba there might be recurring abuse. Ngoba uyaphinda akanandawo, has nowhere to go. Uyaphinda ubuyela kuloya mhlukumezi. Uyaphinda umhlukumezi uyamhlukumeza futhi uphindele uyahamba eshelteni. So it is just a recurring something. So we want our shelters to be aligned, program our shelters to be aligned with the program Yaga Human Settlement, a provision of houses to those individuals. Nizongixolela nje whether I'm abusing the platform, but I must leave no stone unturned. Sisale sixakekile kanti besenzeni aziletha nikhona. I'm talking on behalf of KwaZulu-Natal. And sinawo ke ama programs asiwenzayo to the shelters. Honorable Lucas, sithe let us provide ama skills. Ngoba it might be useless for us to have umama ophume ekhaya uzohlala for 6 months, uyadla, uyalala, uyavuka ekuseni nakusasa wenza one and the same thing. Let us provide ama skills azomenza aphile umama. Sengenzela ukuthi nibe nayo I reason to give us more budget. Nibone ukuthi will be doing exactly that. Sinawoke a number of shelters. I might not be able to list all of them. We've got a number of shelters in KwaZulu-Natal, uwona wonke district, in all districts. We also have white door centers. A white door center is where umama ebalekela for a very short period of time. Ubalekela khona akalalanga namhlanje bejahwa ujahwa aphuthume khona. So those white door centers are known by the department. They might not be known by our communities, but once a community member contact a social worker uzomthatha umuntu amphuthumise kule white door center. Siwenza abe private because of gender-based violence. Umhlukumezi naye, if it is known ukuthi umama wakwami ukuphi as of now, angamlandela ayomgila khona lapho. So that's why that's what we have. And kulawo ma white door centers we provide izinto zokuthi umama noma ngabe ufika nabantwana ube kind of a family, ube kind of a situation emenza abe relaxed. We provide banama TVs bayakwazi ukubuka, bayakwazi, it's a home away from home like our shelters. Nawo ke ama white door centers uhlala isikhathi esingango 3 days nje khona abese dlulela kwi shelter if there's a need. Maningi ke nawo ama white door centers esinawo. In partnership, the partnership for the establishment of shelters, sisebenzisana nama NPOs, more NPOs, Department of Public Works have identified isinikezile the underutilized buildings. Lezi ezingasasebenziswa sizisebenzisela ke thina ukuthi sizishintshe zibe ama shelters. Lezo othi hayi kune building ngapha ngakithi elingasasetshenziswa. That's what we are doing. And we have the Khuseleka one-stop centers nazo ezenza one and the same thing. Ngizowashiya ama pillars ngoba alaphaya as expected. And the aim is to strengthen the existing services to the victims of gender-based violence and crime in KwaZulu-Natal. Sinama sites which have been identified and were assessed to be suitable for the establishment of shelters. Wangathi umuntu ayi abakafiki njengakithi. We do have those centers which have been identified. Like we area nje yase King Cetshwayo naSogwini, we have new centers. We partnership for the establishment of shelters. We have received the assistance from abantu besingacabanga ukuthi bangasincedisa South African breweries through the office of the premier. Nabo basincedisa to have more shelters. They are working with social development since the 8th of July 2022 to coordinate for 4 victim empowerment shelters in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. Yikho ngithi sincediswe abantu ebesingazitsheli ukuthi bangasincedisa South African breweries. I thought ke leyo benza iqhwabela nehlombe. And the funds committed by South African breweries will be utilized to renovate, repair 4 sites that may be utilized as shelters. Ama sites were identified from the list of vacant properties as availed by National and Provincial Department of Public Works. Siyabonga kakhulu from National Public Works. Ama sites akhona ke ile esenanda. Inanda is high in gender-based violence. Ibabanango, Esikhaleni, Esikhawini, Mamceliwe Madlopha, nase Dunside. Angizwe isiqeda inkulu le report. We partnership for the establishment of shelters. Sine MOU esisayinile siKwaZulu-Natal with the United Nations Development System in South Africa kusukela ngo-October 2021. The targeted areas to assist in the rebuilding of communities affected by the unrest and floods. Singena kuleke yama floods ethi sabona ukuthi there should be ama-interventions included, including the following. Ungayibuka ke lento yama-floods athi umuntu why besadinga ukuthi kube nemali ngoba ama-floods adlulile. Kodwa for us as KwaZulu-Natal, abantu aba-hands-on in terms of working with in flood disaster, uyazi ukuthi kusekhona le mindeni engakabatholi abathandiweyo bayo. You need to provide i-psychosocial support. Hambe uyoza ukuthi baphila kanjani, isimo sabo sinjani. Ngoba you simply imagine ukuthi makungehlela wena ukuze kube namhlanje sewazi walicisha nelambu. Ungenze njani? You are not stable yourself. Ukwi-condition nje unstable. So ke bayadinga all the time. Sihambe sibabhekile sibone ukuthi benze njani. And sehlelwa ke isehlo by the time we didn't have a budget which was providing dignity packs like pads and all. We didn't have a budget eyayithi siyoke sibe ne provision nje ye milk formula for abantwana, because sehlelwa isehlo esasingasazi ukuthi singaba khona. We didn't have into eyayithi singake sithenge ama diapers, ama napkin bantwana. So ke we, as much as we had a budget, kodwa those yayingaphezulu and ingekho lapho sithi we had to divert in terms of doing things. Zithi sezikhona zonke izinto provided bese bethi amagas okupheka aphelile. And in your SRD budget, there's nothing ekhuluma ngokuthi uyokuprovide a gas. Uhambe uyogcwalisa igas. Those are the things we came across with as social development. So as of now, struggling as we are, but we are doing well in terms of trauma abantu abahlangene nayo. So we have ama numbers wethu. We have a number yethu ye call center. We have a call center in KwaZulu-Natal. A call center, ACT, it's a 24-hour service. Due to izinto ezenzekayo kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal, we need ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukusifonela and abe attended to that call center by a social worker, someone who will understand inhlungu akuyo. So we under victim support services. Our police stations have victim-friendly rooms. We have even our social workers, lifeline organizations, alaphaya. Kodwa uyabona ukuthi akwanele. A victim-friendly room should be friendly enough to a victim. So uma the other mphako esinika wona, I don't know whether umchana uyawazi nomphako next to me, Lucas. The other mphako esikunika wona mfo. The importance of having the sign language interpreters in those police stations. Ngoba as of now, we don't have such. But we are born ukuthi we should have sign language interpreters. If efika umuntu engakwazi ukukhuluma, she should be attended like everyone. So izintwana lezo ezincane sibonayo ukuthi kufanele nisikhulumele department exakekile KwaZulu-Natal exakekile. We have a number of things, CYCCs, lapho sinaka khona abantwana sibanikezela even ama skills afanele amenza ukuthi umntwana aphume khona ethi my life has been changed. for the better. Lawo ma-skills wa-provide kulabo bantwana ikakhulu ngoba laba abantwana who are given a second chance in life. So ke bengama-victims benjalo. Abanye are the victims of the circumstances azithole ekusona. Sirenderisha nama parenting programs and everything. So ke ngithanda ukuya laphaya kuma-Thuthuzela care centers. Honorable Chair, in terms of victim support, we have Thuthuzela care centers as well. I-Thuthuzela care centers yenzelwa ukuthi umuntu afike athole udokotela phakathi, athole ipolisa lithathe statement, athole u-social worker phakathi under one roof. So we have these Thuthuzela care centers. Amanye are linked with izibhedlela, amanye are linked with police stations. Kodwa ke umphako futhi the provision esiniphathisa yona ilena. As i-province yaKwaZulu-Natal, we don't have a DNA lab. We don't have a layer of forensic laboratory. Kwenza umuntu, a person ohlukumezekile noma umntwana ohlukumezekile, kumthathe almost 2 years engake icala lakhe lingakathethwa ngoba ayikabuyi i-DNA ezosho ukuthi wahlukunyezwa yilo muntu ngempela na. So ke kusithatha this long as KwaZulu-Natal ngoba we don't have a lab la KwaZulu-Natal. Hanjiswa ePitoli njalo which ifike kunepile yakhona. So ke umntwana azakhohlwe ukuthi wahlukunyezwa nini, wahlukunyezwa ubani. It is unfair for abantwana bethu abahlukunyezwe bebancane kakhulu or 4 years or 5 years ngoba besakhumbula by that time. Liyoze liqulwe icala esaze waba no 7 years. Usakhohlwa nokhohlwa. So we need this forensic lab. Sinazo ke izibhedlela zethu sengiya ngasekupheleni. Ngiyabona sengithathele too long. I'm passionate about the subject. And the absence of that lab is compromise. But I want to mention ukuthi nasezikolweni as abantu abasebenza ngabantwana. Ezikolweni umntwana uyahlala enento ebhlungu ngaphakathi. Ebhulisha abanye abantwana. Ngoba has nowhere to report. So if izikolo zingaba nayo at least one social worker bayibasho njalo ozakwethu ngimele bona la. Bathi uma izikolo zingaba naye at least one social worker per school, kungasho kususa amahlombe umsebenzi emahlombe othisha. Omunye uhlukunyezwe uye kanye uthisha. Ufuna someone angakhuluma naye. So ke sibona ngathi uma ningasincedisa kule ayibachana noba nisebenzile. The Provincial Abuse Forum is functional. Ningacinga uba yikho ikhona. Iyahlala and sinawo ke even kuma districts. Sinama rehabilitation centers ke lapho si rehabilitate khona abantwana bethu. As of now nje siyaba rehabilitator, siphinde abantwana bethu sibafake kuma development centers. We have ama youth development centers lapho bephuma khona betrainiwe bayabhaka abanye bayathunga abanye bebethungele nemjaho kaJuly ebikhona abantwana akade sebeyudeliwe emakhaya. So ke women development nama interventions maningi kakhulu ke wona ngoba we are moving, we want to make sense of what we say if we talk about we are moving from being social welfare. So steadily so, but it is not easy to move if you don't have a human resource. You need human resource, and your budget should talk to that as well. Without your budget, having no budget, which talks to it, it is very difficult. But siyaqhuba asimi, siyaqhuba with the little we have, siyaqhuba siyayenza le. So ke moving as we are, I want to cite la izinto nje ezincane azothi umuntu hayi sisibonile zenzeka. Ngoba ke sesikhulumile okwabanye sikhuluma into ezintsomi balekile ukukhuluma izinto ezintsomi ngathi azisale nani. Uyabona nje sifika uma ubuka i-developmental of a person. Remember, we have our population policy ethi kufanele umuntu umthuthukise ngakho ke yonke into. Look at your population policy. Ubusuthi umuntu unawo yini na amanzi anele, umuntu unawo yini ama-skills angamenza abe equal to imisebenzi ekhona to the market. Population policy ke sitheke sinabo omama esesithe nokho gisile. You have mama bayenzo development ala amanzi ngezandla bewalazela khona wathi ayifaka ipump ukuthi kushaya inkasi amanzi. So ke izimo ezinjalo esithi kufanele abantu baphume benento, and kwezinye singiphetha sifika abantu sebenikiwe lama skills bese sithi
Without any waste of time, I will call the next speaker, who is the ME or from the Department of Economic Development. We have an HOD, Head of Department, Mzwandile Ngcobozi. I hope ngibize kahle. Uzosinikeza a presentation on the buy local campaign, not buy le ama election, buy le yokuthenga. The progress made in developing local manufacturing capacity per district, stimulating the township and rural economy to accelerate women participation in the economy. So Mnumzane Ngcobozi ungeza ngaphambili singamshayela izandla.
Asibonge Phatho. No, thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet the chairperson or the deputy chair of the NSOP, the members of the NSOP, the members of parliament, the members of the executive committee, KwaZulu-Natal, kanye nazonke ikhulu ezikhona phakathi kwethu naboza kwethu, bese nje nami ngihlala kuyona protocol that has been established by the previous speakers. NgoNhlakanipho Nkontwana ke igama, ngizomela la ungqongqoshe wezokuthuthukisa komnotho, ngcebeleka kanye ke futhi nokulungisa lokhu esithi environmental affairs, sibhekane nezendalo. Njengoba kuthiwe ke la ukuthi sizobhekelana nje nokuthi sonyusa kanjani umnotho laphaya emakhaya kanye nasema township, yabona umoya nje elokishini ubone ukuthi kwenzakalani. So our focus is more on what we're doing as a department, but also as a province. Ngoba ukuthuthukiswa komnotho is not only the responsibility of this department, but we do coordinate. Ngoba umnotho monganyuki asilali. Mawehla nje kuba nzima kuthina. Mekuvalwa izitolo, kuvalwa amaspaza, kusha izitolo, kuxoshwa abantu emsebenzini, kuba yinkinga enkulu leyo. Ngizobe sengiyaqhubeka ngazi noma bayidlala nila ngaphambili presentation eyami ikhuluma nge-development of local manufacturing capabilities, stimulating township and rural economy for women economic emancipation. Ukuthi abantu besifazane bangasali mesinyusa umnotho ngoba siyandinga ningabantu besifazane ukuthi umnotho nowuphathe. Ngizothi mengiqhuba ke bese ngikhuluma ngezinto esicabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi zinyuswe kakhulu ukuthi ukuze nibe neqhaza emnothweni. Mingiya ku slide number 2. Yini kufanele ukuthi yenzeke? Okokuqala sikhuluma nge-targeted fund ukuthi nikwazi ukuthola imali ebhekelene nabantu besifazane, ningaxutshwa nabanye abantu. Bese sikhuluma nge-public procurement, ile yesibili, yes, no, buyele emuva nje, uphinde ubuyele emuva futhi, just go back that slide. Public procurement, sikhuluma ngento esibiza nge-strategic sourcing. Hayi lento ekuthiwa amathenda, yabona mekuthiwa ithenda, hayi asikhulumi ngayo.
Sorry kancane, kuneyimoto ezi-2 ezibhake endleleni bayazithowa ne. It's NDM ibhaki 19580 KZN 76130. Phela abanikazi babo bazishifta ngespeed. Thank you.
Hayi asibe sesiqhuba singaphumi sesihamba ngenyawo. Kunzima ngoba asinawo namabhayisikili. Thank you very much. Eyesibili lesibiza nge-public procurement, ukuthi imali yahulumeni esinayo sikwazi ukuthi mengabe sohlomulisa abantu bakithi sithatha ama-decision. Into engijabulelayo ukuthi ke MEC Nkonyeni uzoyikhuluma le ndaba ngoba sesimanje sekhona uhlelo olusha ukuthi bangabe sifuna ukunithuthukisa sivele sithi ngqo nje sithi cha ngoba lwana uhlala elokishini sizomthuthukisa ngoba lo hlala emakhaya somthuthukisa ekuqaleni bese ngakwazi ukwenza lokho kufanelekile ukuthi sikwenze lokho ne-localization of the value chain ukuthi mengabe ukuthi mhlawumbe kunama malls la kunezinto abayizidingayo mebefuna ipikile abazithenge khona la. So when you localize, things must be obtained from the local players. Ungathi kwi-economy ube nje umuntu na ukhexa umlomo uthi no but I'm a passive participant kule economy. Na le economy yakho. Okunye ukuthi sibe export orientated interventions. Into esibhekene nayo manje ukuthi intweni esizikhiqizayo kufuna sizidayise ngaphandle. You must sell them outside of this country, outside of this province, not in rand, in dollars. Wenze nje imali. Not long ago, I was talking to some colleagues about we have got wild animals, so we've got lions. This guy says to me, no, we sell lions for 10,000. But if I can sell a lion to someone abroad in dollars, I can get 2 or 3 million. We have to think about these things because ngaphandle baziletha izinto bazidampe sizithenge bathola imali enkulu thina esinakho ku-original funa sikwazi ukuthi sikudayisele ngaphandle bese sikwazi futhi nokuthi sikhuphule izinga lethu lokwazi skills development bayabakhuluma ngaso ufuna ukuthi ube nolwazi noba ushaya izamazama but uba nolwazi nje ukuthi imali konje ibalwa kanjani wazi ukuthi igcinwa kanjani ungalokhu kodwa lokuyifaka ngaphansi komqamelo but at least have an idea how to run a business. Ungathi mo run a business, you sleep at 7 at night, then you are up at 10 the next day. Who will be running your business when you are asleep? So we must then make sure that we train ourselves, but also empowerment programs. Sinawo ama-empowerment programs and siyafisa ukuthi abantu bazi ukuthi ba-empowerisha kanjani. Akusho ukuthi ingobungazi. Kodwa kufanelekile ukuthi information esinayo ngezimboni esinazo la KwaZulu-Natal. We identified 14 sectors of the economy ukuthi nje kufanele ukuthi singene kuona. Mekhuluma nge-oceans economy nje kukhuluma ukuthi nje na into singayithola ngochweba leli sinalo nangolwandle. Ngaphandle nje kokudoba. But who's making boats? Bonke bayagibela ama-boat la abanye benzo okunye abanye badayisa fish but who's fishing and selling the fish kubantu noma thina wa buyers who are not the one who produce bese kuba khona ke a targeted government spending ukuthi ugovernment uyispenda aphi imali yakhe sifuna ukwazi ukuthi the women do they get how much are they getting from government spending per district ukuthi imali yakuphi mengezi komama ingezi kwi youth ingezi to the people with disabilities kanti le mali yakubani bese kuba khona sectoral interventions ukuthi ngama sectors ke ngoba siwakhethile khona agriculture kukhona abanye abadila ke nje ngelogistics ubona ama trucks aphuma yangena sikuphi thina lapho ngoba asivalelekile singakwazi ukungena lapho bese siyaqhubeka siyaphambili ukuthi yini manufacturing is so important. Ingoba kufuna sazi ukuthi ububha ipoverty igcwele kakhulu kuthina omama ngoba niyazi ukuthi thina bobaba sivele sahambe siyohlala eGoli siyobuya ngoDisemba but umama uhleli nezingane la udlani so it becomes important ukuthi ufuna sikhiqize la sihlala khona uyavuka nje wenza yonke into yenza is original you must know ukuthi into ekhiqiza la uhlala khona is original mase uyayidayisa asikhulumi ngendaba ukuthi uthathe i-raw material njoba senza nje uyathatha la igolide ulisaphesheya liyabuya la selubucwebe usukhokha ama-millions kanti uvubula manufacturer wena la uzenzela ngabe wena olidayisa ngemali enkulu into esiyaziyo ukuthi nezingane and people with disabilities umthetho sisekelo wawuqinisile ukuthi ufuna sinibhekelele ngoba siyazi ukuthi kube khona ukucindezeleka phambili noma kade kukhona nge-apartheid namanje kusekhona ingakho sihlanganise omama sikhuluma nangezingane ezincane ngoba bengabe umthetho wethu awusivumeli ukuthi sibasize la besazi ukuthi noma babecindezekile phambili namanje basacindezelekile ayikho into esisiqhubela phambili. Kukhona into esiyibiza nge-economic exclusion. Uthi nje umnotho uqhubeka nje kuthiwa isidla sonke kodwa uyabona wena ukuthi wakho umlomo uphashini. Bayacwebezela abantu. So that is the problem that we have. Hayi abantu bayasutha next to you. So ilento esikhuluma ngayo ukuthi mengabe kuthiwa kuyakhiwa noma kwenziwani. Cha nathi sonke asibe phakathi. Mekuthiwa hayi lana kukhona imboni engenayo hayi nathi siphakathi. Meyiphela inyanga sonke siyajabula. Manje social exclusion, economic exclusion ikhuluma ukuthi kukhona nje abancane abatholayo. Uthola umuntu egijima phambili so umatwetwe uyambona ukuthi ugijimela yena. But nina nisele. So sithi ke kubalekile ukuthi sidile nalento ekubizwa economic exclusion. Bese kuba khona ke nje nendaba yehistory le bengikhuluma ngayo. Nendaba yeculture nje ukuthi hayi cha thina omama basebenzi ufuna bahlale ekhaya. Sizobanikeza thina imali. Manje umuntu mesho njalo wenza ukuthi uyokunikeza namhla ethanda. Kanti iconstitution iclear nje ukuthi cha sonke sinelungelo. Noma umama ungazenzela yakho imali uyihle. Bese ke kubo ukuthi ke ninenkinga lethi these groups face humongous impediments. Sichaza ukuthi is a huge problem. Bavalisa nje ukuthi ningangeni kuncamela ukuthi wena udayise lapha ngaseyitolo ku-informal ungakhuli. Sekwaziwa nje ukuthi mesikhuluma ngomama abadayisayo akushiyo ukuthi hayi nabo mama abakhiqizayo sesithenga kubona nathi singaye eParis siyothenga khona kufanele siye kubona omama bayakhiqiza hayi ukuthi badayisa estradini. Kufuna sishintshe nane language ngoba inkinga yethu leyo sekuyaziwa nje ukuthi market uzofica omama. Sesifuna ukuthi omama baphathe imboni. Nokuthi ke njengake enye inkinga ke is a general lack of skills. Ukuphatha nje business yona inkinga nje. Kufanele lokho sikulungise. Ingakho ufuna sinifundise ukumanufacture. Ngoba abantu uyavuka umuntu athi umuntu no hayi nami ngifuna ukuphatha business. Thina sesiyakubuza ukuthi hayi ndoda yoba ufuna ukuphatha ibhizinisi nje kodwa ukuthi nasekhaya uqale ukulungisa. Haya uma ungakwazi ukulungisa kuba inkinga. So kufanelekile ukuthi ufundiswe ukuze ukwazi ukuphatha ibhizinisi. Ezinye inkinga ke sibhekene nazo mengiqhuba ngiyaphambili is barriers to entry. Uyavalelwa nje. Not only because you are black kodwa nje nokuthi nje wena umama hayi awungeni. Ungena thina kuphela. Kunemboni esekushiwo ukuthi hayi lezi these are male dominated. Yabona labantu abama-parachutists at least sebekhona labesifazane sasibabona kwi-army. But abantu abahamba ngamabhanoyi okuyibona ama-pilots siyabadinga babe maningi. Not long ago sivule i-airport yaseMkhuze sabe savula nenye yaseMagate. Silungisa ezinye manje. Bapho umama lapho bashayela amabhanoyi nezingane zethu esifazane. So sikhuluma lezo zinto manje ukuthi kubone ukuthi khalwa kufuneka indoda efake ibhluku kuphela uzihambe ngebhanoyi cha. Nokuthi ke influx of imports eziyizinto ziqhamuka ngaphandle ziyangena la. Uthola ukuthi manje ufuna uzidayisela inkukhu banilandela inkukhu eBrazil bazifake la. Ezakho sadayiseki manje. So siba nalezo nkinga ne-policy support engicabanga ukuthi uhulumeni kufuna siyilungise. Uthola ukuthi ethi police ayihambelane nomphakathi. Ngivumelane nokade ekhuluma la ukuthi thina sama technocrats uyabona into esiyenzayo sihlale ema-ofisini asingaphandle bese siyahlala siyaxoxa sithi le police lesicabanga ukuthi izasilungela. Siyazi ukuthi thina sithola amabonus at the end of the year. But nina insizi yilento ekufuna sishintshe ukuthi our policies must help you to continue to live your life. Government cannot tell you how to walk. You must walk, you must jump. You must continue walking. Thina masikusize nje ukuze ungadepend ku-government. So our policy kufuna enze njalo. Bese kuba ke i-issue ye-COVID. I-COVID isilimaze kakhulu bakwethu ngeze siphike nakwezinye indawo esababambili. Bese kuba khona lento esibiza nge-red tape. Uthi ngama ufuna ukuvula ikhampani, want to open your own company, hayi kuzothatha 6 months. Cha, sizokulethela certificate. No. Yizi inkinga ekufuna sizishintshe ukuthi mothola imvume yokuthi ube nebhizinisi. Restricted access to finance, thina sisebenza nethala, ithala lingaphansi kwethu kanye ne-growth fund. Uthola ukuthi manje mohambe uyofuna usizo kuthi uhlala emakhaya hayi wena uyasikusize ngoba wena ayikho into ongabambisa ngayo uzoyithatha. So izona inkinga lezo ne-resistance to change. Uthola ukuthi hayi abantu abafuni ukushintsha nje basadla ngolidala. Enye ke nje is a lack of productive assets yokukhiqiza ngoba into ebalekile uma ufuna unyusa umnotho hayi ufuna ukukhiqiza. Uma ukhiqiza ufane nenkukhu, inkukhu ikhipha iqanda udayisa. Nathi we must do that ukuze i-economy ikwazi ukunyuka. Mengiqhubeka ngizogijima kakhulu. Kube khona nje izinto ezibalekile mesikhuluma nge-recovery njengoba nazo ukuthi sine-COVID. Yini esiyenzile esisholo ukuthi izinto ezibalekile ukuthi zenzeke ukuthi sishintshe umnotho sibiza nge-economic modernization. Asekho kwi-stone age manje ngesikhathi sakudala. Abanye abantu manje sebethi mebethenga bangene lapha kwi-computer umuntu athenge lifakwe ibhlukwe noma isketi liyofeka eposini suyalithatha. So sishintsha indlela. Ingakho nama-Uber Eats manje anisaye etolo niyothenga seniyaqhafaza nje indoda imegate. That's business. That's what we call economic modernization. Bese kube localization ukuthi sikhiqizele endaweni. Ingakho kufuna imboni zibe labantu behlala khona ne-regional integration. Sikhuluma ngokuthi eAfrika kufuna swebelana. Okwamanje swebelana kakhulu eAfrika. Kanti la kufanele ngabe sithatha izinto zethu sizisa khona ukuze sikwazi ukuthola imali nokuthi ke sikwazi ukuba ne-beneficiation, ukwazi ukuthi uma uhlala endaweni ufana nendawo yasemayini. Ukuthi mangabe kunemayini ngakunina la nihlala ngakhona. It is very important that you benefit because it's your area. Imali ngayi kumina ngoba ngenzeke ukuthi ngiyisikhulu noma ngoba I'm able to speak English then I benefit. No. Everyone in that area must benefit ngoba imayini isendaweni yenu. Nokuthi kwi-value chain njengoba sibhale ne-value chain kubalekile ukuthi mekuthiwa kuthuthwa amalahle yabani i-truck ethuthayo la ngoba kufuna ukuba abantu bendawo. Izinto lezi ezibalekile bese kuba khona i-public and private partnership ngoba kuhulumeni ngeke azabe nayo yonke imali. There are less than 12 million abantu abakhokha tax. There are almost 17 million abantu abathola i-grant. So how do you sustain 60 million people with that? So kubalekile ukuthi sisebenzisane nemboni ne-private sector kuze umnotho wethu uhambe uye phambili. Lokho yiloko esikhuluma ngakho ukuthi nalezi mboni lezi zibambisane nathi. Engizokusho ukuthi ngikhulume nge-sectoral targeting for localization. Mangade sesinenkinga si-province yakwaZulu-Natal sabona ukuthi cha mekufuna sinyusa umnotho kufuna sazi ukuthi amapha ama-sectors of economy kufuna sobhekelane nawo. Yase ukuthi ke i-provincial executive committee yasethatha isinqumo ukuthi awu-14 siqala ngokungcebeleka nje tourism. Niyazi kume kuDisember ziyabuya sizoyilungisa le mfishimfishi enzeka laphana ukuze sikwazi ukuthi abantu beze bazobhukuda. Bese kuba ke ne-informal sector. Informal sector is also very important ngoba uyakwazi ukudayisa nje udayisa uyakha imali. Kube indaba ye-agriculture and agro-processing. Agriculture, le ndawo yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal is dense rural. Sabona ukuthi mangase nje ufuye inkomo, ufuye imbuzi, kunamazwe la esihlangane nawo kade sihola undunankulu last year. Sahlangana nendoda yase-Oman yathi hayi iziyavula ichweba ngoba ifuna imbuzi. Sobona bazidlela imbuzi, they eat goats. Now if you can ship goats there you will be a billionaire because that's the only thing that they eat. Now, that's what when we talk about agro-processing, ubano wenza ama-brevoors, ubano wenza biltong. Sibe involved clothing and textile, yona futhi enye i-sector esithe kufuna sisebenze phezu kwayo. So besenza what we call clothing and textile SEZ, le Lady Smith. Lapho kuzokwenziwa khona ingubo. Asikhulumi ngokhathi bokugqoka esikoleni, but sikhuluma ama-fashion designers. Uthatha iParis uyilethe la. Umuntu megibele ephuma eMozambique uza la azothenga ifashion. Yilento esikhuluma ngayo ukuthi ke abantu bahlale begqoka. So uma ngabe ukuyisewing wenza ingubo, ngeke ungabi nemali. The only thing that will help you with is to market your product. Creative industries, kunabaculi, kunabantu abadwebayo, siyazi ukuthi kunemali lapho. Kube khona ke financial and services, leyo ke uyazi kuma banks nabanye ke banama stockpiles abanye ke bayakwazi ukugcina imali njengoba kukhisimusa imali zobe ziphuma bese kuba khona health innovation nazo isikhathi se-COVID ukuthi kwenzekalani so abantu bayagula mebegula ufuna nathi sihambisane nohlelo kwezinye indawo sebesebenzisa ama drones ukuthi baletheni amaphilisi kanye nezinto zokuthi zisize ningaparticipate lapho kube khona ke ne-mining kanye oceans economy sengikhulume ngayo sizobe senza umphathiswa wethu uthe kufuna sibe ne-maritime university ngale Potchefstroom so nizoyibona lapho ufundiswa nje ukuthi usebenza kanjani ngamanzi ungayi nje ukugibela isikebe nje but lawa amanzi anemali bese ke sikhuluma ngokuthi yini yenza ukuthi umnotho wethu ukhule mesiqhubeka is a private consumption ufuna sazi ukuthi abantu bayayispend imali and be able to measure to stimulate ilentuzane i-consumer spending ingakho uthola ukuthi mengasaspendi imali kuba nenkinga ezweni ukuthi imali ayisakwazi ukuthi idlule endaweni ingakho behlala bethi faka imali ebank kodwa nabe nothenga itolo okunye ukuthi ke i-EPWP program noma ngabe yi-short term but part of what we call social solidarity economy labafowethu nodadewethu that are in the townships they may not have i-qualification ephezulu but they can have co-ops bakwazi ukuzisebenzela bakwazi bebezoqala kule EPWP program but babe nosizo and be trained we have been speaking to the sitters ukuthi bade babafundisa ukuthi mekuthiwa ni cleaner nenza leyo mgwaqo leyo you can even establish yourself and have a bank and then have your own money and don't depend on government you have got everything to do then kodwa ku-government must put i-social safety nets to guarantee income kubalekile ukuthi as government senze ukuthi abantu bangalambi unomphelo nokuthi noma abusugcinile ukusebenza ukwazi ukuthi ukwazi ukuyohola amanye amazwe ane grant nathi senayo kodwa khona enye ehlongozwayo engicabanga ukuthi bekudala sobe sesazi kwenzekalani kube khona i-government expenditure ku-infrastructure mekwenziwa imboni kwenziwa imigwaqo yona into esisizayo sazi ukuthi abantu bayasebenza nemali yangena to cut the red tape sifake i-smart tape mo applyela nje permit noma uapplyela noma yini even noma uthi ufuna i-ID ufuna kusheshe ngoba izinto kufuna zisheshe bese kuthi kube khona i-company esifuna ukuyenza la KwaZulu-Natal esibiza ngokuthi isida ekube yiyona ezosiphathela infrastructure sesivumelene ukuthi ke izoza ngakuthina upublic works ukhulumile nathi cha ize ngakuthina kukhona vele eseyikhona lapha neThaka kuze ukuthi uhulumeni kuboyona oyakhayo kuboyona owakhayo izimboni ozosakhela meku-infrastructure singadependi kubantu bangaphandle sibheke futhi nemali engenayo ecountryn nephumayo how much is coming in how much is going out imalini einvestwayo kwi-provincial economy mesikhuluma nge-investment bakwethu just to raise this issue not long ago His Excellency the President was here and there was expansion of two companies. Enye was 958 million, the other one was 7.7 billion. So we were part of this entourage and we were clapping hands. Yes, it's very important that what we are raising, Deputy Chair. How many jobs were created? The issue when we were there, it was nice, we clap hands. When we came back, we sat down with the MEC, we said, I know. These people, okay, they are mentioning these amounts, but our people still remain poor. Now, our view is that we have to interrogate these things. Even whether there is people have got shareholding in these companies, because when they leave, now these are things that we're talking about. Nokuthi ke kufuna swebelane nabangaphandle la eAfrica kubalekile ukuthi nathi la eSouth Africa siphume ingakho sithi must capitalize on AfCFTA opportunities kunezinto abazifunayo from our country and our province kufuna sambe siyodayisa njengoba uye eZimbabwe ufuna ubadayisela uye eMozambique uyobadayisela thina sokunikeza ama opportunities ukuthi akuphi mengiqhuba ke manje sengizokhuluma nge social unrest ukuthi mass builder after i-social unrest la sasikhona kunemali engu 2.5 billion eyeza KwaZulu-Natal. Imani ke nginichazele phela yayingezi imali yayingezi kuhulumeni. Kufuna ngichaze phela yayingezi kuthina uhulumeni. Njoba ubona lapha phela nge-social unrest kwakubhidleke amafemu nenkampani. So imali yayiyakubona ukuthi ba-applya i-DTIC, which is national government, isebenzisa ne-IDC ne-NEF. Those are government institutions. Ima-ke yabona-ke uyakhuluma ima ngizoyichaza mina leyo ingakho ukuthi kufuna nize phambili mabe kunaleyo nkinga. But kuyakhulunywa ukuthi out of 3.1 billion, 2.5 was paid to those companies. 140 of these beneficiaries, they came from KZN. Nanginikeza i-report ongazange owa-apply ngokuthi ani-apply kuthina ni-apply national ongazange athole uzoza kumina ungitshela ukuthi yini ikhampani yakho bese ngiyobabuza mina ukuthi hey nangu umuntu owa-apply wangayithola imali yakhe ngoba kubalekile ingakho ngiyithanda ukuthi njengoba sikhuluma kanje uyasho ukuthi hey nga-apply hayi bangincisha mina. At least uhulumeni wakwaZulu-Natal uzohamba yobuza thina soyasoqinqa lapha siyobuza ukuthi kwami ongayitholanga imali kulimala mina ngoba yakhe imboni mayifile imini ongaphili bese kuba yisasria lena ke insurance. Le insurance abantu babe-applya kuyo kwaku 20 billion eyasiza 15,120 abantu ababeclaiming. Ilento engifuna niyazi ukuthi imali ezeyimbonini la yingakho noma kwaba khona i-social unrest amanye ama-companies ayithola imali abanye bese bethola imali yabo bashaya abachithi athi umuntu awu ngiyitholile imali yami ngayiclaim ashaya achithi value imboni. So kubalekile ukuthi ke nathi ke siyabalandelela ngoba sathi mesifuna information sathi sinikezeni ngakwaZulu-Natal ukuthi bangakho abathole le insurance noma ningasinikeza amagama abo kodwa sinikezeni amagama ama-companies applyile. Yingakho singeke sibe ne-information yakho mama ngoba nani-applyela phezulu basinika nje lokhu thina basinika kona ngoba khona imithetho phela engavumelekile ukuthi sinikezwe izinto zabantu kodwa uma uvela siyakwazi ukukhuluma nawo. Bese kuba ke i-Department of Small Business bakwethu iyakwazi ukuthi ikhiphe 116 million only 118 abakwazi ukubenefita kwi-province. Yazi ukuthi babesebenzisana nathi kwi-province la ba-advertiser bahamba bayovela especially ama-SMMEs nalabo esibabiza ngokuthi ama-black industrialist. Moye black industrialist kile uma usunekhampani ungaseyona SMME mhlawumbe uma usokwazi ukwenza ukuthi ke ukwazi ukwenza imali engango-5 million kanje. Bese kuba ke enye ke yenziwa i-IDC kodwa ukukhipha kwezimali kwakukhishwa i-trade and investment yala KwaZulu-Natal yethu kwaku 9.3 million kwa benefit aba 125. That's what we call accountability njoba siza kini. Ngizokhuluma ngokuthi ama-funding instruments esinawo kwi-province. Sine KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund. Leni ibhekelene ke nosomabhizinisi asebemkantshabovu. Ngoba ngeke uzunikeze nje 20 million ungakaze nje uyiphathe imali. Cha nami nginganginiki u20 million. Mengaze nje ngiliphathe ibhizinisi ngi20 million ngizothini lana banikeza abantu and it's very unique ngoba usuku nebusiness kwi-sector ethize sebazi ukuthi kade uyirun ibhizinisi. Bona ke already sebospendile 1 billion kwi-province besupporta lezo ama-companies akwi-health nama-companies amanufacturayo nama-companies akwi-telecommunication kulo buxhakaxhaka obukhona kanye ke nalabo ama-truck aba-logistics labantu abathuthayo la ukudla ukuze ningakwazi ukuthi nikwazi ukudla ngaso sonke isikhathi. Yilo badila nama-black industrialists. More black industrialist, you are not an SMME. Awusafufusi, so zimele. So ukwazi now so uqasha abantu mhlambe from 30, 20 kuya phezulu. Bayakunikeza nabantu besifazane ne-youth. A week ago, I met a young person who wafika kumina ephethe idea yokwenza i-app. Mesibonana naye, when I met him there, he says, Eshoti, thank you very much. Now I've got a funding for $500,000 now to run my app. I was so proud. And I said, hey, this young man, he knew what he was doing. There is another one who came to us and said, because that one is already a black industrialist. He said to us, even if you give me a loan or a grant, I'm ready to sign now. That young man, he leads a company called Sky Tens. It's got grade 12, but it's got 6 companies already in the country. He says, no, I want to expand. He started by washing a tent. Now, all what he does is making tents. We help him, and now that he's a black industrialist. What happens if you're a black industrialist? We register you, and then you get millions from TTIC because it's an incentive for a black industrialist. Now, kunemali oyitholayo, sik-apply uyithole, uqhubeke nebhizinisi lakho. Bese kuba ke li black industrialist program kuze ngichaze ukuthi already thina KwaZulu-Natal sinawo 37. I-value yawo ehlangene is 700 million. Esesiwa registered. Into esifuna ukuyenza ukuthi we must have more black industrialists, especially abe women. Sinawo abesilisa nawo esifazane, kodwa we want to have more. 11 districts, I think we have more of those. They must come and register so that they can have access to this money. Go to TIC. More black industrialists, you are running a company, they give you that grant. We have 37 million, you run your business. But we must know you so that we can be able to communicate the national government about that. There are so many who are not registered about the opportunity. We've spoken to MKI now, must advertise when abantu bezofaka information yabo kwi-database. Laba bangekho kwi-database yethu. So that is so in KwaZulu-Natal across 11 districts, who are the black industrialists? But we must know how much are you making per year. Ngoba ngenzeka ukuthi usayi SMME or graduate. But most black industrialists thina mase sikusaphezulu khona uzokwazi ukuthola support. Bese kuba khona i-IDC Enterprise Development Fund edila ngomama basemakhaya, youth and people with disabilities. Joba kubhaliwe ke lapho ukuthi IDC fund maximum ukuthi bakunikeze yona as lending is 25 million. I-development fund between 2 and 7%, which is fixed. The total loan book yabo mekuphela leya nyaka odlule kwaku 894. Laba bakunikeza iloan ke ngoba phela uhulumeni lo mekunikeza iloan ufuna ithola imali yakhe back uzanikeza abanye. Kodwa ngoba kuyibusiness uthatha i-risk. Ingakho mosebenzela uhulumeni, most of the people abayithatha i-risk ngoba bayasaba and abarun business and bayazi ukuba ne-guarantee ukuthi bazohola. But more uhamba urun business, uyazi ukuthi you can take a risk ngoba uyazi ukuthi there will be more money that you'll get. Bengiqhuba kuzoba i-Operation Vula Fund. Ngiyazi ukuthi lena nijwayele ke, which is a program yale province yaKwaZulu-Natal. Awuzoyithola ndawo. In this program, what we do, we empower SMMEs nama co-ops township rural areas. It has been difficult phase. Ngoba even Auditor General besibuza ukuthi umnikani kanjani ugogo lapho uthengela ibhaki ugogo ole emakhaya. Sithina no, but that gogo deserves to have a car and do her business. Last time, we benefited about 1,016 and we spent 339 million, just the first phase. And we do not give you money. All what you do, you apply for equipment. Siyakuthengela equipment. Uyesitolo la wena esangakini, then they tell you that this will cost so much and you get that information and you give it to us. We go and buy it for you and then you can use it. Please, we have had a problem where people will buy the stuff for them, they don't use it. Auditor General goes there, hey, kontwana you bought this thing for this person. Seyimile utshani ngaphansi ayisasebenzi. Iba iproblem yami. So kubalekile ukuthi ke sizoyivula ke Operation Vula next sobe advertiser now. Sithathe decision siholwa abaphathi bethu ukuthi from now on 50% uzo allocatewa kubantu besifazane abarana amabhizinisi. So into esenzile ukuthi bekwipolice mina ngibatshele emsebenzini ngathi ningasho ngomlomo ngoba mengifa la ngizobe senikeza abanye abantu. Ibhaleni kwipolice ukuthi 50 or more will go to women-led businesses. So that's what Operation Vula Fund policy says now. Kungathi mase sinikeza report next time. Mase kutholakala ukuthi hayi manje ngathi omama batholanga kakhulu. Cha ikhona kwipolice. Mase kuba khona i-bulk buying. There's what we call bulk buying program where we focus on 550 ama-spaza shops. Focusing on rural and township shops. So abiza ngama-spaza. We do have a bulk buying program. Yazi ukuthi kuyama kodwa manje sayivuselela. Ngifuna ngichaze ukuthi yamiswa yini ngalesa sikhathi. Ngo-2019 government was trying to run this thing on its own. Our government cannot run a shop. Ngifuna nginichazele. Inabantu bayo, inabantu bebusiness. So mo run a business, you run a business. Thina lapha nasama public servants nje sibizi namaphepha. Well, that's what we did the time. Kwavele kwamosheka kwangakasebenzeka. Kwatholakala ukuthi manje nabantu futhi abasathengi. Sase siyaqala sathi cha ayenziwe ngenye indlela. We must get someone who will be able to operate this thing for us. Ngeke ukuthi urun ugovernment ugijima wehlwenye kube urun a business. We lose concentration. So that's what we are trying to do now. We are doing that. Sicela ukuthi ithala isikwazi ukuthi siphathele yona bathola abantu abazosenzela. Into ezosiza ngebulk buying ukuthi ngobabantu abanye abaphuma ngaphandle I don't have a problem with foreign nationals, but this is a program that they use. They buy in bulk and they go and buy and then they sell. And this is what we're trying to do with bulk buying. And all what we want to see is that you must have these facilities in each and every district so that our spaza shops and the people, both Lamini, Bomkize and everyone must be able to buy from there. There is another program that we will be introducing. Yokuthi bathengela amazipzip ngoba abantu manje sebenamakhadi nje ukwazi ukuswiper nabogogo bakwazi ukuthi bathola imali futhi lapho ekamkam bakwazi ukuthi kulawo maspaza shop ngoba amaspaza shops ethu ayephila na before na manje kufuna aphile singawabulali uthola ukuthi manje moholile when you're dropping ukodwa ushiya uDlamini la idayisa. That's why at times people look besibuka basidelele bathi izinto zethu asiyithandi. So this bulk buying now isekhona emandeni kodwa sisayisebenza ukuthi ibe khona kuzona zonke indawo. Bese kuba khona ke i-RASET sibiza nge-radical agrarian social economic transformation. Engachaza ukuthi ke le ababadila nokuthi nokukhiqizwa kwe-agriculture produce ukuthi menilapha emakhaya senivuna banithathe banixhumanise nezitolo kanjalo nikwazi ukuthi ninikeze o-pick and pay nezinye izitolo. Kodwa le section now has since been moved to agriculture. Ngoba ibona ba-understand kakhulu agriculture. Kodwa thina sizoqhubeka ukuthi sinisize ukuthi nikwazi ukufikela kuma-market. Ngoba sisebenzisana nemboni. Ungathi mawutshalela amadumba wakho namazambane. That produce must not rot. At least it must find itself in the shelves so that people can buy. So there's another program that we have been operating. Got the side operator thina as 8 year, but this year sesiyimuvile ke manje yase agriculture. So ngicabanga ukuthi okubaleke kakhulu ukuthi kulama programs ethu esinawo ngoba sinayo nane training esinayo esiyenzayo thina su 8 year. Ngabe usungiqhubezela lapho ngikwazi ukunikeza a full report. Can you move? This is, if you go back, just go back. Yeah, yes. This is what happened in Operation Vula. No, this is participation of women in Operation Vula. Youth kwaku 40% abakwazi ukuthola. Then adults was 60%. Ngoba kubalekile nazi ukuthi kuba kukhona abantu abancane abarun ama-businesses. And if abantu abancane abarun ama-business, sizoba ne-problem. Sizoya komama uma uqhubeka lapho kwi-presentation. Yes, I'm moving now. 51 was men and 49 was women. That's why you want to have. That's the reason why we said funa siphushele ngapha ukuze ikwazi ukuthi ilunge lento esisebenzayo. Kasi zoyilungisa. We're going to do that and change it. Yes. Just move with speed. These are people with disabilities. We're 2%. Lana, these are the relationships that we have with our state organs. Sisebenzisana neThala bane program abayibiza ukuthi Imbokoti Iyazenzela, where they provide funding kuma small business and cooperatives nabo mama nesifa yesiza abantu abasafufusa kanye nabantu abakhubazekile bese kuba ne-IDT esebenzisana naye kanye ne-growth fund njengoba ngeke ngachaza phambilini ukuthi yanikeza imali nikwazi but bona baqala ku-20 million. IThala liqala from 1 rand to 20. I-growth fund iqala from 20 to 100 million. Ngicabanga ukuthi lokhu nje it's a pledge that esizinikeza yona esinitshela yona ukuthi sifuna ukuthi mengabe sinyusa umnotho sikwazi ukuthi sisebenzise ama-systems amasha sibe innovative sikwazi ukusiza omama ne-youth nabantu be-people with disabilities bese futhi si-create i-dialogue ukuthi sikwazi ukuxoxisana nje basixoxe kuba nathi sokwazi ukusizakala mekuze sikwazi ukuthi ama-services nikwazi ukwathola nokuthi sifuna nje silwe nje nokungaqasheki kwabantu ngoba yikona kuyinkinga ne-public procurement ngeke ngikhulume ngayo kakhulu udadewethu MEC we-finance uzokhuluma ngayo lento ukuthi hayike manje sokwazi ukunika kanjani osomabhizinisi nokuthi-ke si-aplaye i-Batupili principle ukuthi sikwazi ukunihlonipha kubalulekile ukuthi sinihloniphe mengabe siniseva singanideleli ngoba ukuseva i-government is a privilege, is not a right. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, thank you.
Siyabonga Imbokodo. Sibonge Brandlax. Nakuyikhulumi zonke esithe zakhuluma. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi before ngibiza isikhulumo esizayo ngithanda ukunazisa amalunga eParliamente akhona la ku-visually aku-NCOP. Sino Honorable Nkosi from Mpumalanga. Honorable Nkosi. Mamu Ete. Mama Nkosi. Okay. Then sibe no Mamu Malika. Phela mina ngiyaqhuba bayangazothula. Ungaqhamuki ngiyaqhuba. Honorable Malika naye uphuma eMpumalanga. Honorable Malika. Okay, siyaqhuba. Sibe no Honorable Hatebe from IFP khona la KZN. Bungane ukhona? Siyaqhuba. Bese siba no Honorable Bartlett. Yes, owase Northern Cape. Honorable Patel.
Malibongwe,
Are
Chair
you here?
Maround.
Siyakoba.
Thanks, Chair.
Bana ngimshiyayo. Angangikwateli. Oh, Honorable Bratison, owala KZN, esinaye naye ku NSOP. Honorable, are you here? Siyakuba. NSOP simbiza ngokuthi intayizwa nje kuphela ngesizulu. Siyabangena.
Honorable Musodi. Honorable Musodi from Free State.
Nabo baba.
Uma Musodi from Free State.
Ngithanda ukumema.
Dear Uma Musodi Free State ndikhona nami.
Niwe from Community Safety and Liaising Officer. Babu Goniwe. Over to you, Baba. Os. Baba Nge.
Uma Musodi ndikhona.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Ngibonge program director. Ngibingelele ama-honorable members akhona, starting with deputy chairperson wethu eduze kwami NCOP, nama-honorable members zonke NC and the program directors that are in here. Also from my province, ngibingelele usihlalo wethu, honorable boys, nama-members zonke provincial legislature khona ngaphakathi kwethu, all MSs present, all protocol observed. Olise kulabo engazange ngibabise. Sekushiwo uthelami igama nguluvuyo wakagoniwe, acting head of department kwa community safety and liaison. Bakwethu okwami kuzoba kufishane kakhulu ngoba ungikhavile kakhulu kwi-presentation yami u-MSc ukhoza obela ngaphambili ngoba sika community safety, but engifuna ukukucacisa nje kuyona wonke ama platforms afana nale this one, i-mandate yaka community safety okuyiyona important ngoba asiwona amaphoyisa, asiwona owethu umsebenzi si exercise civilian oversight over the police and hold amaphoyisa la ku province, provincial commissioner accountable ezintweni esikhona. That is our core responsibility. There are other things ezinye esizenzayo, but ngiyafuna nje section 206 of the constitution usinika lawo ma-powers. Ndike ekuqaleni besingenawo amazinyo, but since i-enactment ye-act esayinwe former president ngo-2011 yasinika more powers ukuthi sisebenze. Sike sabasebenzile ke no MEC okhona la iduze kwami MEC uNkonyeni kuwona lama programs. Bengithanda nje ukuthi ngilibali igama lakhe ngoba i-leadership ne-guidance esibambile ukwenza izinto. Amaphoyisa nje njengamanje eqasha all district commissioners. Kulama district commissioners promoter from brigadier to general wonke e-11. Siqale lapho ke sisasebenza kukhona lentokazi saseduze kwami. Out of 11, out 6 awabesifazane. Akhona nje siwathathile. In that process, for the first time kwi-history yase-South Africa ngoba is-KZN siya leader. Kubo kokuqala ukuthi provincial commissioner hlalela and myself as acting HOD ngihlalela ngithunyelwe MEC representing the community. Si interview labo bantu. That means I represented the community. khona sabeka ukuthi leadership ye-province ithe no ama-women athatha manganibalela nje from eThekwini Imbokodo kuyena u-district commissioner waseThekwini lezo indawo ephezulu simuphrizanti ugeneral eMaritzburg Imbokodo out of nje bangisho ukuthi out of 11 districts 6 are women akhona eseswabaki soschathile kuyaqhutshwa impela so ke angizokuba mude bengisho nje ukuthi njenge department ekhona so bese responda kuma areas akhona kuma objectives isikakhulu u4 no10 no 12 in accordance with our mandate nje basikhona honorable MEC ohambile la ukhoza uyibekile indaba yama victim friendly facilities or room akhona ema police stations so iyona kho yethu ke leyo ngoba efika nje ekhona kuhleke ngoba no MEC enginaye manje uhlomuka uqhubeke nalo program kwakhona into yokuthi no bancane ngempela lama lifetime organizations akhona umsebenzi awanda ama police stations maningi kakhulu mangasherisha nje nane national sina 1158 police stations but only KwaZulu-Natal sina 184 police stations mawubheka ne capacity it's not all these police stations akhona. Then it was recommended by cabinet ukuthi we even recruit ama volunteer train them azohamba ayo assist akhona so we are also doing that as also a department ekhona singayi okhona amanye akhona ama cases asetshenzwa iNPA no Department of Justice so for the first time after i-summit ye-cabinet ebingomhla ka3 and 4 kuJune ebikhona recently esishilo ukuthi cha siyazi ukuthi ama cases of human trafficking as well as the National Crime Act no white paper NPA dealer now so there is now a forum esiqali lizobihlangano kwesibili njengomhla ka19 that means next week isifaka ucommittee safe to NPA no justice ibiza nge-court watching brief forum esizohlangana dealing with all cases ngoba sithe masibamba ngeproject yethe committee ye-court watching brief sathola ama cases awithdrawile engiyasho nje ngikhona la afaki rape awithdrawa nje ngokuthi idocket ayisukanga ayifikanga ecourt then sithi kanjani sebenza ne-provincial executive ukuthi it can be futhi ke u-MEC wami former MEC wami uNkonyeni wayengayizwa ngempela leyo so all those cases mangasho nje manje out of this meeting nama engagement it's been re-enrolled kwi-court abuyela back ecourt ukuthi akwazi ukuma esikuthola nje okunye kokuthi some of other police station even if it's a walking distance siyawazi ukuthi kufike kube nenkantolo la kube ne-police stations ekhona la ukusuka e-police station umthetho uclear ukuthi idocket ayibese court ngo3 days but ayikho then withdraw ama cases wonke nje siyawa re-enroll since this project e-court voting brief started so ngibe ngifuna nje ukuhighlighta even that then AS2 ekhona siyasebenzisana ke with other organizations as well ama organization ama women abafundisi i-youth nawo amaphoyisa ko-crime prevention spiritual leaders sebenza nangenyanga ke esikhona ukubamba senza sure ukuthi issue yawo ama-women ikhona iphezulu kakhulu those are some of the things ezinye esizenzayo mangingangena kwi-function yokugcina ebengifuna ukuyibala nje ngokwana-numbers out of 184 police stations akhona kwi-province 137 stations asinawo ama-victim friendly facilities kuwona it's only 14 manje after this project esingenawo then bese siba now 7 esiwabiza ngokuthi ama-non-functional wona they are there but sithe simasiwa-check-a nje uthi uyavula phakathi awi-victim futhi ayinamuntu awukodwa sesixosha nama-condoms phansi ubone ukuthi no we cannot regard this as ikhona ifola under ikhona u7 So ke ngishilo ukuthi lokhu MEC ukhoza akukhavile. Let me not repeat it in the interest of time. So program director, I want to add there, and thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu HOD with the presentation, and I hope siyanotha ngithi bahlali. Sizawubuya, but masibuya we can still raise our frustrations wethu, but khona ukuthi sibe nama-solutions angithi, things that will propose government ukuthi izinto kumele zitshintshe zenziwe kanjani. So-ke mina owami umsebenzi uphelela la. Ngizocela chairperson of the multi-party women's caucus kwi-KZN legislature uMadlopha no MEC uzozigcine umama uMadlopha uzonceda honorable Winnie Ngwenya House chairperson National Council of Provinces international relations and member support bazosharela our next session, which is the second last item session before sizothola an address from the premier, then we will close. So over to you. Uyambona uyezamawala. Uyayibona, yes. Uyayibona imbokodo. Uyayibona imbokodo. Uyayibona ngempela. Imbokodo. Uyayibona imbokodo. Uyayibona ngempela. Yes, ama. Angiboni imbokodo, angiboni imbokodo. Yes, amawala. Uyayibona, yes, amawala. Yes, amawala. Uyayibona, yes, amawala. Yes, amawala. Esamawala, uyayibona, esamawala, esamawala, uyayibona, esamawala. Uyayibona, yesama, uyayibona imbokodo, esamawala, uyayibona, yesamawala, yesamawala, uyayibona, Sesamawala, uyayibona, sesamawala. Sesamawala. Malibongwe. 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 Siyabonga bomisa. Yabona mhlawumbe bese sinokozela kancane. Sikhumbuze ukuthi imbokodo. Bathi imbokodo ibamba ishisa. Thina basegoli ke rene uthwara thipa kabukhaleni. Lawo mase ubukhali khona kula imbokodo uzawubona ibambe ngakhona. No siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizothanda rectify mistake engiyenzile. Bekumele sibize osozimali. You know, angithi ngakhuluma ngazo zonke lezi sikhuluma ngazo ezinje zama department. But okuningi udependa kwi-budget that must be allocated to departments. So I am going to ask Miss Kutse, who is an HOD of Treasury, to come and give a presentation on behalf of the MEC of Treasury on advancing equality through gender responsive budgets, institutionalizing gender responsive budgeting across all departments. Ms. Kutse, singamshayela izandla.
Sanibonani. Gonjani. Siphila nami. To our honorable MECs, the members of parliament and the provincial legislature, to all the gorgeous ladies here today. Ngiyafunda isiZulu mningi, so I'm not going to be able to do the presentation in Zulu, I apologize. Provincial Treasury is responsible for monitoring and allocating the budgets to all the different departments. So we influence how the money gets allocated to education, health, social welfare, and it has to be aligned to the priorities that government has. We also as Treasury have to make sure that that money is spent correctly. And we do this by providing support to the departments in terms of the kind of rules that they have to stick with, the standards, best practices, all of that so that the money is spent for the reasons why it was given to that department. We also audit the departments to see that they are doing what they say they're doing. So I'm going to be very brief in my presentation. In terms of monitoring and evaluating how departments are doing. So once you're giving them money, we monitor them on a monthly basis in terms of their expenditure. Now the idea is, and the direction we're trying to take is that for every line item, every expenditure department has, they can show how much was allocated to women programs, interventions, etc. The National Treasury are still busy with a system that's going to help us to do that. So the only information that I can give you right now is going to be around the procurement spend. And I think that's where my focus is going to be. We are doing audits with departments to make sure that in their plans, they are already consciously thinking about what they're going to do around gender-based issues. And that is something that we have concluded some of those reports, and we will always do those audits every year to all the government departments. Then in terms of procurement, and I think that's the important one, and my colleague from Economic Development spoke to this, the provincial cabinet made a decision around certain items that would be targeted for women-owned companies. And this was advertising, cleaning services, clothing and textile, computer equipment and services, furniture, events management, maintenance and construction offices, travel services and stationery. And target was set for 30% of that should go to women-based businesses. And in terms of this RET target, we actually achieved 86% of that funding going towards women-owned businesses. But then if we look broader in terms of how much departments are spending women-owned businesses, in the last year, which ended in March, we spent 2.2 billion rand was awarded to women-owned companies. And that represents 38% of the whole of government's procurement budget. So we actually exceeded the target that was set. And obviously that's something that we must review now, because if we've achieved the target, we must keep pushing ourselves to do more and to do better. There's new regulations that have been issued called the preferential procurement regulations. What that does in a tender, let's assume the tender is less than 50 million rand. In the tender, you'll allocate 80 points for the price, but 20 points goes to preference. Now, the way it's structured now, departments will have the flexibility to tell you what those 20 points are going to be allocated for. All 20 points can be given to a woman-owned business, 51% ownership, or 50% can go to youth, 50% can go to rural areas. So there's a long list of the development goals and the designated groups that government has. And we are very hopeful when we roll this out, it's effective from the 16th of January, that when you see the tenders, in the tender document, look to see what points they're allocating, and then you would be able to see how government is working towards this. Now, as Treasury, we're going to monitor the departments to make sure that they are, in fact, putting these points into their tender documents and are pushing the agenda of what our provincial cabinet has set. So where are we in the current year? So as at the end of September, we had already allocated 2.3 billion rand awarded to women-owned businesses, and that represents 14% of the government budget. I'm just looking at then the other issues. As I said to you, the goals that are talked about in terms of the RDP goals, it'll be really positive for departments because they can actually localize it. So if they're in Mkhanyakude district, in their tender, they can actually say all 20 points will go to a company that's based here in Mkhanyakude. So we're really looking forward to seeing the benefits of that. I think, Honourable Chair, I'm going to stop there. I just wanted to be short and sweet. As I said, Treasury's role is really to monitor, and hopefully the next time we're in this forum, we'll be able to actually talk more about the gender-based budgeting once National Treasury has finalized the process. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much, Treasury, on the presentation. Like I said before, we are hoping to move with speed so that we are able to release before, you know, I'll say a lot. So we're hoping with chairperson we multi-party women's caucus, Honorable Madlopa, to come and start chairing the second session of the program. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu kudadewethu uZanele Honorable Nkomo ukuthi usiqhubele kahle kangaka iprogram yethu. Ngiyabingelela ke ngokuthobekile ngibingelele uDeputy Chair we-NCOP udadewethu Lucas okuyena osithandayo. Hayi uyibambile le charter. The charter hayi uyibambile. Akayidedeli ufuna impela implementwe all the time kunalama programs. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi igama lami nginguceliwe Madlopha. Ngingusihlalo we-Multi-Party Women's Caucus in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Ngichera ke le Multi-Party Women's Caucus, ngibuye ngibe uchairperson in the office of the Premier Portfolio Committee KwaZulu-Natal. Ngifise ke sengibingelele udadewethu Lucas ngokuthobeka, ngibingelele umphathi wethu udadewethu Nontembeko Boys onguSpeaker wakwaZulu-Natal, ama-programs ne-support yo Multi-Party Women's Caucus esiyenza with the support yakhe ngokuthi she's also very passionate about ama-issues, ama-sectors, all the sectors. Ngibingelele udadewethu Honorable udadewethu uPeggy Nkonyeni ongu-MEC wakwa-Finance namhlanje u-acting premier kulo mcimbi singawo. Ngibingelele udadewethu uDlaba laphaya u-MEC wakwa education. Ngibingelele udadewethu Mawini uNgwenya uke wathi kusishukumisa, ngiyamazi ukuthi uyashukumisa bese ezothi ngena nesizukulwane sakho. Ngibingelele udadewethu Nkomo ohendovile. Siyafisa nje ukubingelela honorable members. Ngiyambona la usihlalo wakwa public works hleze uzoqala sakhele izinto ezithizeni ngoba ibona abaphethe ama-assets kahulumeni. Ngibingelela ama-MPs nama-MPLs akhona la phakathi kwethu nakwi-visual platform. Ngibingelele honorable mayors namakhansela wonke akhona, head of departments, managers ezikhona zonke, kanye ngiyabona la community safety esinabo kulento ye-oversight. Siyosebenzisana nje ngoba ngenkathi epresenta udadewethu uLucas ushilo ukuthi multi-party women's caucus including kuwo wonke umsebenzi owenzakalayo we-charter kubalekile ukuthi baplay i-oversight ukuze kubonakale ukuthi are we really implementing i-charter. Ngoba namhlanje honorable Lucas, it's 28 years ya developer le charter ngo-1994. Ukuyilandela ke sisuka kwi-charter ka-1954 eyayingenabo abantu ababeyilandela ukuthi iya implementwa noma implementwa. Into esenza sijabule kakhulu ke ngingakangeni la ohlelweni ukuzwa u-Etia ethi sekune policy ka-50-50 eya kubantu besifazane. Okusho ukuthi njengoba sizobiza omasipala bepresente, also they have to play oversight ukuthi lo 50% ngoba phela endaweni abakuzona kumasipala uyenzeka yini. Uphinde wa-indicate ukuthi la funding eyenziwe, financing kube u-51% enikezwe abantu besilisa kwase kuba u-49 abantu besifazane. We don't want to hear only 49-51, but what we have to play oversight on ile ethi how much in monetary terms, because lo 59 ungatholakala ukuthi bekuzonikwa abantu abawu-10 kwase kunikwa abawu-4 abesifazane kwanikwa 6, but in monetary terms mfowethu Nkontwana, how much eyakubantu besifazane to change the lives of women for the better. Siyofisa ukuthi sikwazi lokho. Ngoba ke ngithatha over kudadewethu uNkomo, sizofisa ukuthi omasipala nabo njengoba ama-department esepresentile ba-indicate nabo ukuthi how far they have implemented le charter. Ngithandile uSisipheki mayethi cha akuqala u-treasurer azopresenta, because u-treasurer ngenkathi benza i-planning ne-budgeting kufanele ukuba ama-department maye-submit ayibona ababonayo ukuthi is it an engendered budget le yenzakalayo from the planning ukuze kukwazi ukuthi siye phambili. Ngicela ke ukuchecka ke la bafowethu dadewethu Lucas kanye no-speaker angiphathekanga kahle mina ukuthi uma ngabe kwenziwa ama-presentation by political heads and so on, uthola ukuthi abantu besifazane kuphela. O.R. Tambo said i-issue ye-women emancipation is not only the issue of women. Why mangabe sihlangene kanje singababona ama-MECs or ama-ministers asuke ezoyicommita ukuthi kwi-department bazokwazi ukuthi they implement this charter of women. So these are some of the things okufanele ukuthi dadewethu Lucas mangabe siqhubeka senza lo msebenzi ke siwathola ama-ministers esilisa ezoyicommita, because this thing is a policy of government. It's not something that must only be driven by women. So kubalulekile ukuthi siyenze kanjalo. Nawe dadewethu speaker siyocela nje dadewethu ukuthi masihlangene sikhuluma ngezinto ezidevelop abantu besifazane siwabona ama-MECs esilisa ezoyikhomitha ukuthi to this charter nathi sithi sizoyikhomitha ngoba uma sithi bazoba accountable sizothi babetheni kuthina because they have never opened their mouth to say something. We understand ukuthi i-policy ikhona i-policy, but we want people that are going to drive the policy. Yes. No, siyabonga ke bafowethu. Ake ngithi qabu njengoba nami nginomunye umsebenzi. La besicela ukuchecka kuqala la ngoba sesizobiza ama district azoresponda wona kule charter ukuthi what is it? I-theme yanamhlanje ithi Women's Charter for Accelerated Development Report Back Session. Accelerated Development. Sino eThekwini metropolitan ubalanga phakathi noma bakuma visual platforms. Ikona iThekwini metro, the only metro we have in KwaZulu-Natal. So cela nje niphakamisa isandla maye khona ngoba senzela ukubona ukuthi ibapha bakwi visual platform. Hayi ngiyaqhubha ke nami ngiyaqhubha. Umzinyathi ukwi district ukwi visual platform ngizwe kanjalo. Uthukela uku district umkungundlovu umkhanya kude senzele ukuthi banote ukuthi balandelana kanjani njalo at the same time. Harry Gwala King Cetshwayo iLembe district Amajuba Zululand. Okay, sicela ukubiza iTheku ke lizo presenter. We are starting our program with eThekwini on how far they have implemented the Women's Charter. Aliki Theku. Okay. Siyacela ke sizocela umasipala olandelayo. Yes. eThekwini ayikho iTheku. Imini engibonayo. Besicela umzinyathi, sicela umzinyathi on a visual platform basinikezele ukuthi how far ne-implementation ye-Women's Charter. Amagama wafakiwe lana kodwa simbonile futhi no mayor ubekhona la ubaba uNgubane. Abe oh gaye
Ale, oh, Ale, Honorable
Malibongwe.
Honorable Deputy National Chairperson of.
Siyacela ukuthi silalele ubaba umeya ubaba uNgubane ubekhona la kade sihleli naye la phaya ngicabanga ukuthi intimidator ukuthi abekho abantu besifazane kodwa nangu sekhona uyapresenta because abantu besilisa ubona ukuthi siyam-overwhelma ubaba umeya sicela ukumnikezela ithuba and we appreciate ukuthi the mayor himself is coming to account to us as women of KwaZulu-Natal, as women of South Africa. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Deputy National Chairperson of National Provinces, Honorable Chairperson of the session, and your co-chairperson, Madam Honorable Member of the Legislature, and the Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu Legislature, Mamu Boys, and also the Honorable MECs that are there. Honorable members of Parliament, I heard that they are all from various provinces that are there. Let me also greet the officials that are there from various departments who I am no more going to waste their time by enumerating on them. However, allow me, co-chairpersons, also to appreciate this opportunity. I was overwhelmed when I saw that were few males and there were so many of our sisters that attended this session. It also need to be applauded also to the national deputy national chairperson of NCOP, our honorable Lucas, that when you came to KZN, you saw the interest of the people at your last engagement on this engagement. I'm sorry that I had to leave because of some other issues that are involved. And I'm very sorry that I don't know whether my presentation will also be seen. I must also appreciate and thank also presentations that were given by my also other colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for us as Mzwandile to be part of this. We have been doing this in the past a few years with also the current Deputy National Chairperson of NCOP. We are also honored to say Mzwandile geographically, as you are all aware, is in KwaZulu-Natal, Midland, one of the 10 district municipalities, which is made up of 4 local municipalities, Endumeni, Umvoti, Ngutu, and Umsinga. Well, you are well aware that our responsibility core function is water and sanitation to all these municipalities. Kodwa ngoba kuthiwa sithule ngesiZulu ukuze sizwe kahle sihlalo, siyabonga noyihlalo bethu abamnike abaphathele umsebenzi ukuthi siyazi ukuthi umsebenzi obalekile wonke esiwenzayo siwenza lapha eindaweni zasemakhaya nje. Abantu ababaleke kakhulu phela yibo kanye laba bethu besifazane. Noma ngibona ukuthi umhlonishwa uBoys ujabule kakhulu ukuthi babekhona bebaningi kangaka sihlalo nabahlonishwa. Kuyangithokozisa ukuthi phela sinalowo msebenzi okuthiwa i-local economic development okuyi-unit esisizayo ukuba sibonakalise imisebenzi yethu esiyenzayo ngempela emphakathini, ikakhulukazi kulaba bethu besifazane ezindaweni abahlala kuzona ngoba yibona abathintekile kakhulu namhlanje. Thina-ke njengomasipala waseMzwandile siyazama kakhulu noma sisesimeni esingesihle sezomnotho kulesi sikhathi esikusona, kodwa imisebenzi esiyenzile kulesi sikhathi sonke besinakekela ukuthi basizakale abethu besifazane nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka nabo bonke imikhakha yonke abasha kanjalo abancane. bathole ukusebenza kwabathintakale. Sibeke emalini ke njalo esambeni semali yethu ivote ebekelwa lo msebenzi kuba wenzeke. Kulabo masipala ke bonke njengoba sengishilo i-district gender machinery yethu i-mainstream programs akhona ngaphansi kwehhovisi likameya, bese kuthi futhi ngaphe kwalokho kube khona i-priority programs unit. Kulawo masipala bobane abathathu babo sinayo i-gender focal persons as well as i-budget esuke imisiwe emeselelo umsebenzi. Kwi-civil society yona yethu futhi isebenza kakhulu ukuba ilakelele ukuthi abesifazane bethu bathola ukusizakala futhi kuyaqiniswa ukuba usizakale. Kukhona-ke imisebenzi yomasipala esebenzayo lapha kule msebenzi lomkhakha. Umasipala waseNquthu uyasebenza kakhulu ama-structures akhona. eMsinga ayasebenza futhi nakhona. eNdumeni okuyidandi ayasebenza. Bese kuthi eMvoti ke khona Nkosi yami asikho i-structure endaweni kulesi sikhathi esikusona. Ukuphuthuma ngiyacela ukuba ngidlule phambili ukuthi yini esesiyenzile entuthukweni engasiza emthethwana ephathelene nabantu besifazane, progress made in developing and engaged policies. In 2022, the Office of the Premier conducted research on the implementation of gender policy framework in all family of municipalities as well as the district. Kushuthi kwenziwa-ke kule district yethu njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ihhovisi kaNdunankulu wesifundazwe libone ukuthi imitheshwana ephathelene nokuba kusizakale abesifazane kubo bonke omasipala bethu iyenziwa. Kulabo masipala futhi akhona ama-policies esimeni sokuba abhekane nezimo ey'phethelene nakho ukuthi kwenziwe imisebenzi ephathelene nabesifazane bethu. Angisho bozihlalo bami bahlonishwa, uhlonishwa sekela sihlalo kuzwelonke NCOP ukuthi njengamanje njengoba sengishiyo ukuthi sinayo inkinga nayo yemali, kukhona ukuthi kwi-unit yethu lena siyibekile imali ekhona esisizayo ukuba isebenzele ukuba basizakale abethu abathandiweyo abathintekayo. Sisebenzisana futhi kakhulu ama-sector kanjalo nama-NGO kanjalo athintekalayo, sibe nama-project ayiswayo. Le ukuba sibe nakho ukuqhubeka ngale misebenzi yethu ukuba sikwazi ukuba baxoshwe ikati eziko kanjalo futhi banzelele ukuthi balwe nokungasebenzi kwakho amathuba emisebenzi, indlala kanjalo ubuphofu. Siyasebenza futhi kakhulu ukubambisana nabo bonke abantu ukuba senze ama-project lawo asize bathinteke kakhulu abesifazane nakulokho okushiwo kuthiwa kwi-EPWP esetshenzwayo siyifake le ndaba sibaqashe futhi kakhulu bangene lapho. Kodwa ngiyafisa ukuthi kafishane ngisho nangesilungu ukuthi projects are identified and packaged in line with the 5 strategies trust areas as outlined in our district LED strategy, which include growing and densifying the district tourism competitive advantage, growing and densifying the district agricultural advantage, strengthening of district-wide LED institutional arrangement. Nokuthi osomabhizinisi abancane badevelophe bathuthukiswe bakwazi nabo ukungena emsebenzini. Kuqhutshwe futhi kuba qhutshwe umnotho uthuthukiswe endaweni yethu lena esiphila kuyona infrastructure. Amathuba-ke anikwe abesifazane bethu kakhulu. Sibona ngoba isimo somnotho sengishilo ukuthi sinjalo kuleli office esikulona lingaphansi kwameya. Kube kuhle ukuthi ngempela kube khona ukuqeqeshwa kwabesifazane. Sacela kanjalo futhi nalabo bakasitha beze kwi-e-learning courses uba bazolekelela kuma-cooperatives baqeqeshwe. Abanye futhi sikwenzile kulokhu ukuthi sibe nawo lokhu ukuthi eNdumeni local municipality yenza lokho kwi-annual dandi July lapho besizwa khona njalo abasifazane sisizana neminyango futhi kahulumeni njengoba sengishilo lapho siye sihostle khona-ke ukubambisana local municipality nathi nomnyango lona wezemidlalo umdalo bathole futhi iplatform yokudayisa izinto zabo bahlobise babonise ngazo imisebenzi yabo uma kukhona lento okuthiwa idandi iJuly. Lapha-ke sinenhlanhla ukuthi bonke labo masipala abantu laba benza imisebenzi yabo yezandla bayeza kube khona amatende amiswayo namiswa abantu ama-NGO azofaka imisebenzi yabo benze kuba ibonakale. Ngaphezu kwalokho ukubambisana nomasipala waseMvoti kusizile ukuba sithuthukise futhi kuqhutshwe informal economic sector and SMMEs through the project funded by ETIA on bulk storage facilities. Lokhu kwesizile ukuqhubeka kanjalo njengoba nizwa futhi kade bechaza nabanye iminyango eminye khona ukuthi nakwezokukhuthala kokuthuthukisa ezokuvakasha siba ingxenye sisizakala ikakhulukazi laphana endumeni nasenquthu njengoba nazi ukuthi sikwi-battlefield route lapho abantu bethu baphatheka kakhona ezikhathi ezedlule ezimpini ezazikhona impi yaseNcobe, impi yaseSandlwa ngo-1879 kanjalo impi kaBhambatha yakazonde Engome ngo-1906 kanjalo kuyasisiza-ke kufika abavakashi bazobona ukusebenzisana-ke neminyango nabaphathele nezokuthuthukisa ezokuvakasha. Kukhona imisebenzi esiyenzayo kulezi ndawo zokuba siqhubekele siye phambili. Mangisho ukuthi enye into futhi esisizayo njenge-district kuba kube khona ama-agri-parks program are-coordinated and funded by Department of Agriculture also through the Operation Vula funding from ETIA, supporting the construction of tunnels farming for the women LED cooperatives njengokuthi kube khona uMango Cooperatives Agricultural Project esenquthu Ward 12. Ngivumelene ukuba ngiqhubeke ngisho ukuthi ukusebenzisana futhi nomasipala waseMvoti lapha kulezi zinto zezolimo kube khona ukuxhumisana nokuphathisana kusize kakhulu ukuthi siye khona kube khona abantu abethu abasizakalayo besifazane esibalekelelayo khona okwaba khona ukuqeqeshwa kwabo umhla ka7 kuSeptember ku-2022 kulona lonyaka ophezulu ukubambisana futhi no-ETIA nama-local municipalities amane sakwazi ukuba senze lokho kwi-business tourism business compliance workshop eyayikade targethe nje abesifazane kuphela ku-tourism nalabo futhi abakwenza ukuthi babe nezinto zokulala ey'ndawo ey'njalo eyayenziwe mhla ka-21 kuSeptember kuwo lo nyaka lapha neGlencoe eNdumeni municipality. Ngiyathanda ukusho ukuthi i-district yethu futhi iya-hosta i-township and rural economic revitalization strategy workshop which was facilitated by ETIA also to expose our unlock the opportunities within the townships. This was held on the 1st of September kuwo lo nyaka ophezulu eMzinyathi ku-council chamber. Saqhubeka futhi kwakuyingxenye yokusiza abesifazane uMzinyathi district LED izoqhubeka nokuba supporta njengoba sikhuluma njena ngokuba kwenziwe lokhu costa okuthiwa i-motherboard project on the 17th of December 2022 lapha neGlencoe Sports Complex. There are also 143 women out of 8 projects to benefiting from the EPWP program, which is championed by the PMU Technical Service Department. Most are led are LED and craft related services and projects. Imisebenzi eminingi ke ekhona engadaba ukuthi anizukwazi mhlawumbe kuyibona kahle lapho abesifazane bethu siphume phambili nje sathola indondo eminyangweni we-human settlement esifundazweni ngoba kanjalo sibonakala ukuthi sinendlela thina yokuthi mabeqeda nje i-PWP kade bezokuthize siyabaqeqesha bathole itifikethi banikwa ama-material emsebenzini abayenzayo. Lokho esikwenzayo kuyingayisivele ngoba abakwenza abanye umnyango nje nalona waka-human settlement waka-public works national futhi basithande kakhulu ngalokho ukuthi sine strategic exit plan yethu esiyenzayo ebonakala ishaya emhlolweni. Imisebenzi esiyenzile nabayenzayo sibanika nemishini yokuthunga abathunga ama-uniform abo into zokusebenza osiyasebenza bethunge nezingane zesikole engane noma kuyabonakala lapho la nibheka khona nabantu asebeze bakwazi ukuyithengela imoto abayi-cooperative abasengome kwaZondi kuMvoti municipality Ward 14 abakha nazi izinto enizibonayo ezilukwayo ezamavovo amacansi sebekwazi ukuba babukise kwiningizimu Afrika yonke baze babuye baye nasembukisweni eminye lezi elizibonayo ehlobisayo ezinhle kangaka. Uma siqhubeka sivula lapho futhi ekhasini elandelayo sasendumeni lapho sinikezela khona izinto zokwakha abantu sebefundiswe nje ukwakha ucingo lokufensa bona ngokwabo banikwa nemishini yokuba bakwazi ukusebenza ikakhulukazi abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka bazakhela amafenishi imishini leyo banikwa abayibiyela iy'nkambi zabo bayibiyela amasimu abo senkosini semachunwini lapho ekhona laphana eMzinyathi eWashbank angithi engakulezo ndawo 85 ebinikezwa lokho. Kukhona abanye akuhlaba umxhwele futhi uma ngibheka imisebenzi abayenzayo esihambe ngokukhulu kwazi ukuthi sabanika iy'nkuku zamaqanda sabanika hawu kodwa Nkosi yami isikhathi sibi futhi kubi njengoba ngingedwa yabo zakwethu angababoni kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sihlalo kazwelonke oyisekela sihlalo we-NCOP uthi mawuhamba ngelinye ilanga nje ufisa ukuthi nike nithole ithuba lokuba nisivakashele nidlule nibuke lezi zinto esizenzayo ezindaweni zethu. Ngiyabona sise-Potchefstroom zibekiwe ezinye kodwa ngabona nje ngase ngisho ukuthi uba nanifikile nje eMzinyathi nanizobona umhlola ngoba uphima walesifundazwe uye wahola i-cabinet yakhe yesifundazwe bafika babona kudisplayiwe amakhosikazi imisebenzi ayenzayo eMzinyathi. Ngiyanimema nje-ke ngifisa ukuphetha ngoba nginimeme kungathi isikhathi ukuthi uzani kuJanuwari 22 nizobona imisebenzi emihle eyenziwayo eMzinyathi nizohalisela lokugujwa njalo kosuku lomkhosi wasesandlwane. Siyanithanda kakhulu nina NCOP ngendlela enisebenza ngayo nihamba wonke ama-province nikhuthaza nisibonisa hayi ngoba sengingakusho lokho nje ngoba ngihlala eduze kwenu kodwa ukuthunyelwa kwami kanjalo usalga weprovince NCOP kungenze ngavuleka amehlo ngabona ukuthi NCOP inomsebenzi ongakanani. Nami noma nginelungu elilodwa NCOP ngizosebenza kakhulu ukuthi ande abe maningi dadewethu boys mhlonishwa sisekela sihlalo no-MEC kwenze ukuthi abone ukuthi abantu kuyasetshenzwa siyasebenza KwaZulu-Natal siyasebenza eMzinyathi. Siyathokoza kakhulu ngaleli thuba.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu sicela siphumeya ihlombe elikhulu. Qinisekisa umeya ukuthi angasabi ukuba phakathi kwethu ngeke simenze lutho uza nokuthi siyabonga kakhulu meya besizocela uthukela ilona olulandelayo ukuthi lipresente emva kwalokho my colleague my co-chairperson Honorable Ngwenya will take over and continue with the chairing. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Ngiyabonga Chair of Women Caucus. Ngicela ukuthatha ithuba ngibingelele u-Program Director. Ngibingelele the Chairperson of the NCOP, I mean the Deputy Chairperson. Ngibingelele uSomlomo waKwaZulu-Natal, udadewethu uNontembeko wakaBoys. Kanye nonke amalungu esishayamthetho angaphakathi ahamba nawo. Ngibingelele u-MEC Sibonyeni. Ngibingelele u-MEC Frank. In-absentia u-MEC Khoza ebesinaye la ngaphakathi. Ngibingelele nawo wonke imbokodo ngesiqubulo esithi malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi, igama lami nguNombali ngwakamchunu from Uthukela District Municipality, member of Executive Council. Ngizo representa ubab mayor ke ufake isixoliso wathi simxolisele kakhulu undaba ezithi inkosi kaShabalala. I-presentation yam will be very brief, but ngiyafisa ukuthi before tap into
i-background bekade ngicelile ukuthi bangibhimele, I'm sure isibhinyiwe. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi uThukela District Municipality is the municipality that is situated in the town called Ladysmith, KwaZulu-Natal. Lakhelene kakhulu ney'ntaba zokhahlamba ey'dume kakhulu ngokuthi uDrakensberg Mountains. I-district yethu njengoba sibiza ngethukela inomasipala abathathu abakhelene nawo obizwa ngokuthi iNkosilanga Libalele Municipality, kube i-Alfred Duma Local Municipality, bese kuzoba uKhahlamba Local Municipality. Maybe ngizoqala ke la kwi-background where i-presentation yethu isibonisa ukuthi prior to 1994 uhulumeni obandlululo was characterized by a central planning system discriminator kakhulu i-system and marginalized black women. The manifestation of equality was contained by what is termed an equality regime. Then when you go to a background continued, is subsequent to passing of the Supreme Law of Women Charter esikuyo njenganamhlanje, it can be argued that the implementation of the charter leave much to be desired in many spheres of government, institutions, and private sectors. The above negative and tone and inspiration of the Constitution as well as the Supreme Law. Njengoba sihlangene lana ngaleza ikhathi zobandlululo sasingeke size sikwazi ukuhlangana, but because of uhulumeni esinawo namhlanje ekumele simqhwabele kakhulu izandla, ingakho singamakhosikazi sinamalungelo, sinesikhathi sokuthi sihlangane njengoba sihlangene. uThukela Municipality ke i-program aimed to emancipate abantu esifazane. Number one is to give them education and training, women in leadership short courses, municipal executive leadership program, internship and learnership for young ladies. We see that training program people with disability, because esikhathini esiphila kulo asisa discriminate umuntu ngoba nakho kuthiwa ukhubazekile, kodwa we make sure ukuthi we accommodate wonke umuntu oyi-citizen yase South Africa. I-training enye eyenzakalayo within the district of uThukela, ama-home based cares, ama-guardian parents, sithi siyazi ukuthi esikhathini samanje people abaparentayo okanye abagada ingane kuyenzeka ukuthi eminye imindeni kuvalwe ngehlahla, uthole ukuthi abantwana basebancane kakhulu, ama-child-headed family, azodinga abantu abawomakhelwane abazovolontiya ukuthi bona bazokwazi ukuthi bawagade labantwana. So we also give training kulabo bantu ukuthi bebe nalo uthando ney'nhliziyo, because abanye bavele bebone labantwana abama-orphans bese bebona i-opportunity where they can grab into ye-grant. But we also have i-training ukuthi qala asibathande and we accommodate them. Sizibale njengama-guardian parent, we do have such program yokuba train. Then we also have ama-senior citizen moral regenerations, where sithi azibuyele emasisweni, sifundise abantwana bethu ngokuyiko namasiko ethu esintu. You will recall ukuthi uthukela, I think it was 2013, 2014, lapho deputy chair, we found ourselves sifakwa icala gender commission because besine program where sinikeza abantwana izintombi ehamba umkhosi womhlanga, sibanika ibhasari yokuthi bahambe bayofunda mangabe kutholakala ukuthi ekhaya uqedile esikoleni kodwa awunayo imali yokuqhubeka e-university. We created i-vote ezomasipala sayenza kwasho ukuthi-ke kwaba khona izinto ezishayayo ezi-legislative ukuthi akufanele ukuba sikwenze but sasingakwenzi ngoba sasicwasa abantwana abangawuhamba umkhosi wemhlanga. Our aims was ukukhuthaza laba abahamba umkhosi womhlanga ukuthi bagqugquzeleke ukuthi bazigcine beyintombi, not ngoba sasicwasa. Yayikhona enye ibhasari yayiqondene nanoma ngawubani bese kuba khona le specific especial for intombi. Hayi ngokomthetho-ke ne-legislature sagcina sesishayeka sesiyeka i-program efana naleyo. Amanye ama-program esinawo for women and emancipation is to access e-health care. Siyazi ukuthi-ke esikhathini esidlule abantu bakithi bebe, especially women, because of iy'khungo zahulumeni esakhelene nazo, abantu besabe ukuyolanda amaphilisi. But manje sekudecent, senze isiqiniseko ukuthi siyalandelela ukuthi abantu they are getting i-treatment right yini ey'khungweni zahulumeni mangabe behamba beyolanda imishanguzo. So lokho kuyasilekelela ekutheni izinga labantu abashonayo because abantu they are free now, bathatha i-treatment ngendlela efanele. Siyalibamba iqhaza elikhulu siwumkhandlu ngalokho. And also ezikade ngibashilo omasipala ngibala uKhahlamba nenkosi langalibalele ngabali Alfred Duma. Umasipala wethu owuKhahlamba local umasipala osabhilivela kakhulu entweni yokuthwala kweyintombi, of which ngokwe constitution nama policies a favor abantwana akuvumelekile lokho. Siyalibamba kakhulu iqhaza ekutheni sigade ngampela ukuthi sivimbe lokho ukuthi iy'ngane ziganiswe yisencane, kuthiwa nje udonsa usiwe emzini yabantu, umkhwenyana usegoli, abuye ashiye umntwana esiswini, ahamba egoli, abuye ashiye ukufa, ahamba egoli, usale uyalimala uyingane awazi lutho, but abakini bash-exchange ngawo iy'nkomo. Singenelele kakhulu lokho siwumasipala again futhi siyi-political party as a leader ku-national government. Loko sizamile ukuthi kugwemeke kakhulu endaweni yomasipala obizwa ngoKhahlamba. I-program aimed at women emancipation again, gender mainstreaming, appointment of women in senior management position, no workshopper in women management, ne major empowerment and alignment discrimination, ne developing policy implementary. Again, siyazi emkhandlweni esikuwe sizoyibona mangabe iya ngokuya. We do have abantu besifazane who are capable, but umasipala ikakhulukazi uthukela district une problem because umasipala owakhandwa ngalezi ayikhathi zakudala. I think honorable chair, honorable deputy chair kwakusabizwa ngokuthiwa ikwaZG. So abantu they were employed with most without ama-qualification, and they abakazanga ukuthi bephinde bezigqugquzele bethole uqeqesho olufanele. So that's why uzobona ukuthi mhlambe mangabe siqhubeka, a number of professional, especially in women, are very less than men. In terms of economic empowerment, through i-office lika MEC currently now ubaba uSiboniso Duma kwakuse ubaba uSihlezi Kalala, we manage ukuthi si applyele ama food stalls where abantu besifazane abawu-30 or plus baba ama-beneficiary kulo ma-food stalls. Mangikhuluma ngama-food stalls ngikhuluma ngalezi zitolo ezincane ezakhiwe emadrobheni, kodwa uthola ukuthi umuntu akasi-own, mayesewile uyahamba handover okhiye kwamasipala kungena omunye oyimisela ukusebenza asebenze. We do have u-AgriHub through i-District Economic Development yasothukela. We also train abantu besifazane in terms of how they manage their cash, how they do into yama-stokvels. Singagcini siba ne-stokvela ekuthiwa ibhuku lihlala kubani nemali ihlala endlini ngigcina senithunyelele. I think uMr Nkontwana ukhulumile ngaleyo nto ukuthi mangabe ukwi-business kufanele ukwazi ukuthi imali uyibekaphi. So we do have ama-training afana nalo. In terms of social economic empowerment of women in rural areas, as I have mentioned, ukuthi our municipality is very deep rural, some of our ward is now. So we do have abantu besifazane who are doing beadwork with arts and culture. Uyasilekelela kakhulu. We do have livestock plantation. Sizokhumbula nje ngonyaka ka-2020 u-MEC waka-agriculture wahamba waya lapha eWinen kwaNobamba endaweni ethiwa kaNobamba enamaplazi kakhulu, where iplazi elavulwe elikhulu kakhulu elenza yonke into ongayicabanga, inkomo, imbuzi, yitshalo, but eli-ownwa umuntu wesifazane and linabasebenzi akabaqashile abaholayo kuze kuthi makuwo-December, ngoba ku-December nje bazothola ngisho amabhonasi. Okay. As I conclude, ngiyafisa angisezukisho-ke ama-awareness because bawashilo kakhulu abanye abangaphakathi kwethu. But in terms of political leadership, with top 3, we have 1 woman or speaker and mayor or male, and 1 deputy mayor or male. In terms of top management, we only have 5 male, of which we are not doing well. Honorable Deputy Chair, asinaye umuntu wesifazane kwi top management currently altogether. In terms of professionalism, sina 27 males and 5 males. As I have mentioned, ukuthi kwahlupha ukuthi basuke baqashwa ngalezi zikhathi then abazange bekhona ukuthi ba register and begcine sebe ama professionals. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngicela ukugcina lapho, but sengivala ngiyafisa ukuthi siyawenza ama-awareness afana no-autism, siyawenza o-disability for forestry, then we have i-camp yama-boys and girls so that sizobafundisa abantwana bethu indlela yokuziphatha, asigcini ngamantombazane kuphela, but we also train abantwana besilisa ukuthi bebe nayo yokuyiphatha nendlela abakhulisa ngayo. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Ntombo. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta abafazi. Oh, wathinta abafazi. Oh, wathinta abafazi. Basopa. Sibonge kwisikhulumi esiqeda khuluma njengamanje. Siyaqhubeka ke ngohlelo lwethu. Since ama district wonke umama uMadlobha ababizile bengaqhamuki, ngiyaqhubeka ke ngalokho enginako. Before ngiqhuba, ngithanda ukusho ukuthi sino Honorable Mushudu wase Free State on a visual, chairperson of Ethics Committee in NSOP Honorable Mushodu.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Halala. Raleboga mama. Raleboga, thank you. Sibonge, Honorable Mushodu. Bomama siyaqhuba nge-program yethu. I would like now to call the prima, ne? Acting prima. Okay. Ngizanishaya, angithe ngiyaqhuba mina. I'm told ukuthi uHarry Gwala ikhona, ubani oyipresentayo? Wena, mama. You are supposed to come and register your name. Ungathi sengise platform bese udlula. Ayi mina ngiyayithanda ipower. Angizukukupha. Ngisebenza kanjalo nase parliament. Siyaqhoba. Because we have called all of them, but she didn't came and register. Siyaqhoba. Discipline le. Bomama, ngithanda ukuphakamisa umhlonishwa. Umama wethu Honorable Mr. Ngcobozi aze ngaphambili. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Tata mama Ngcobozi, tata. Tata mama Ngcobozi, tata. Leli lungelo ngelakho.
Thank you so much. Esihambayo. 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 Ifuna abalungileyo abanothando. Ifuna abalungileyo Mandla Malibongwe. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba. Ngibingelele kakhulu abahlali ngaphambili. Kakhulukazi uMama Lucas, House Chair, Chief Whip. Iyasithanda NCOP yangithi. Viva NCOP, viva! Viva NCOP, viva! Ngithanda nokubingelela wonke amalunga eNCOP akhona phakathi kwethu nalawo futhi a-connected virtually. Ngibingelele kakhulu oza kwethu abanye sebecele indlela ngenxa yamanye pressing engagements. Bingelele kakhulu amalunga e-provincial legislature KwaZulu-Natal akhona phakathi kwethu, ama-HODs, ama-councillors, omeya abakhona phakathi kwethu. Bingelele kakhulu omama, madodakazi ethu, all women akhona kule gathering. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Ngiyafisa ke ukusho ukuthi ngicelwe undunankulu wesifundazwe sakithi umama uNomusa Dube Ncube, the current premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, who is a woman. Ukuthi sizomela lapha ngenxa yokuthi ube attende omunye umhlangano lapho bebizwe khona by the presidency as all premiers of all provinces. Naye ke kwafanele ukuthi ayosimela as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Uxolisile kakhulu
ngiyamxolisela nami ukuthi bethanda kakhulu ukuba khona so that ayikhulumele nani ukuthi kahle kahle senzani thina esithunywe yini sirepresenta nina lapha ku-provincial legislature KwaZulu-Natal and again njengama members e-provincial executive council in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyethemba ukuthi niyamxolela ngithi. Thank you so much. I must also indicate that I have been requested by Honorable Sihlezi Galala, who is the MEC for Kokta, ukuthi ngimenzele i-presentation, but because of time constraints, I cannot proceed with this presentation. I can only summarize ukuthi bebeqonde ukuthini, kodwa ke ama copies e-presentation yakwa Kokta akhona, because they are also accelerating into gender equity and gender equality as the department. So ucelile ukuthi siyethule le report kwi-NCOP. But I will focus more on what the Honorable Premier has actually asked me to present in this gathering. Ngaphandle nje kokuthi ke ngichithe isikhathi abakwa Kokta bayasho ukuthi out of 54 municipalities u23 wakhona ureporte ukuthi ba busy ba implementa i-policy noma i-framework ye gender equity and gender equality njengamanje. Wababala ke labo masipala ngeke ngibabize njengamanje ngamagama abo wonke ngoba baningi, kodwa waseyasho ukuthi njengokokta they are still facilitating indaba ukuthi all other municipalities benze isiqiniseko sokuthi kuma programs kanye nama budgets that are allocated to them benza isiqiniseko sokuthi women are actually benefiting out of that. Kanjalo futhi when it comes to recruitment of senior managers and other officials komasipala bonke KwaZulu-Natal sekukhona lokhu kokuthi cha ama women impela ayakwazi ukuthi abe fully employed ngoba phela anama skills, so they are employable. Basho kanjalo ke kwa Kokta. Bayasho futhi ukuthi budgeting process yabo benza isiqiniseko bonke omasipala ukuthi ba budget through what we refer to as a gender lens, bebuka ukuthi kahle kahle kukangakanani okuya kubantu besifazane. Ngiyafisa ukugcizelela ukuthi nathi njenge provincial treasury, through the regulations that were presented here earlier on by our head of department, Miss Carol Kutie, sizowenza isiqiniseko sokuthi all public entities baya transformer and make sure ukuthi women-owned companies are actually benefiting from the procurement expenditure of each and every entity. Bo my heads of department ngicela ukunitshela manje ukuthi hayi seligaya ngomnye umhlathi. Lento yenu yokuthi kuma APPs nilokhu nisibhalela ukuthi we will be submitting 10 reports as a key performance area iyaphela. Abantu badla ama reports yini? Uma uthi uzosubmit ama reports, what does that mean? Ningaphinde nikwenze lokho ngoba thina njengo provincial treasury we are not going to accept that. Sifuna izinto ezitangible. I-report is your own thing, a managerial tool, you know. Ngakho ke awuzusho ukuthi uzosubmit i-report, sifuna izinto eziphathekayo ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani. Hayi ke sekushintshile ngempela abantu bami. Ngicela ukunitshela nje zisasuka ukuthi kuzoba nzima kakhulu. ukhokta ke unama projects amaningi enziwayo kodwa ke akugcizelelayo ukuthi kuona wonke lawo ma projects ama women aya participate wona. Ngiyadlula ke ngoba ngithe ikhona i-report ka MEC uSihle Zikalala ngenzela nje nokuthi kungashi ukuthi abesilisa abakwi Provincial Executive Council did not respond. They actually responded. Besingeke presenter sonke ngicabanga ukuthi kade ngisho nje ngihlezi lapha ukuthi hey amakhosikazi ayabekezela Nkosi yami selokhu befikile abakaze bathole lutho olukwazi nokuthi lwe esiswini. Ngakho ke ngizothi qaphu uNdunankulu wakithi ke uyalibonga kakhulu ithuba lokuthi sihlanganeni kanje lapho sibheka khona into ye acceleration ye development of women in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Uyayibophezela ke ngokuthi uzokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi i-women agenda is realized in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Uyasho ke nokuthi kahle thina le journey esihambayo kufanele ngaso sonke isikhathi sikhumbule ukuthi kukhona izinqalabutho ezahamba phambi kwethu njengabo mama uLillian Ngoyi, omama uDora Tamana, oFlorence Matomela, omama uWinnie Madikizela Mandela, omama uHelen Joseph nabanye abaningi abayisibonelo sekithina njengoba siqhubeka nomzabalazo wokukhulula abantu besifazane. Uyasho ke umama uNomusa Dube Ncube ukuthi kahle asikakafiki lapho fanele ukuthi ngabe sifike khona kakhulukazi when it comes to women economic emancipation issues. Yilapho kusekhona ama sectors and industries esingakafinyeleli kuona thina as women. Ingakho ke njengoba si celebrate ukuthi there are 6 MECs that are deployed in the Provincial Executive Council who are women, we should not only celebrate that, but we should pose a question ethi makhoskazi nina eni deploy laphayana, what is it that we are going to benefit thina as women KwaZulu-Natal? I must tell you now that we have already started looking at the budget through a gendered lens. Wonke u-MEC uzositshela ukuthi kahle imaphi ama-programs ne-allocation ye-budget towards ama-programs lawo enzelwa ukuthi a-benefite ama-women. Uthi comparing the past with the present is about assessing the progress we are making towards the realization of the strategic objectives we have set for ourselves. It is not in any way about chest beating or bragging. On the contrary, we do so to account, evaluate, as well as renew our mandate with the people on outstanding tasks. Usho ukuthi ke akufanele silokhu sishaya ihlombe sithi sibaningi kodwa yini le ebonakalayo etangible eyenza ukuthi sithi sibaningi siyabantu besifazane. Ngakho ke izinkinga zabantu besifazane siyakwazi ukuthi siyilalele bese senza futhi ukuthi amaphupho abo abe realized. Umama uPremier wethu ukhathazwe kakhulu indaba ye gender based violence. Njengoba kade esho u-MEC uKhoza earlier on ekhala ngendaba yale forensic unit ekufanele ukuthi i-analyze ama-DNA nakho konke okunye. kukhona okwenzakalayo njengamanje kule forensic laboratory. Umsindo ubangiwe kakhulu, ubangwa ku-Minister uBhekicele about this forensic laboratory. Ngale ndlela yokuthi kwi-budget elandelayo sekukhona i-allocation eseyisethwe aside. I-project izoqala kwi-financial year elandelayo ka-2023 ne-2024, and we need to celebrate that as women. The reason why we are celebrating that ingoba bekuyaye kuhambe ama-samples aye ePretoria ngempela kuthatha isikhathi eside before ukuthi abuye. Ngesikhathi uthola ukuthi kwama-officials nje ehambisa ama-samples ePitoli aphinde abuye ehla enyuka ngaso sonke isikhathi. It's very costly. It costs them a lot of energy and it costs our government a lot of money as well. Ngakho-ke ukuba khona kwale forensic laboratory ayikuzosilekelela kakhulu. Siyabonga-ke i-leadership yalapha KwaZulu-Natal ekwazile ukuba ngumsindo kuze kube khona lokhu okwenzakalayo. Umama uPremier uyasikhumbuza nangento abanye abangasakhulumi ngayo, indaba yama resolutions that were adopted with Beijing Platform for Action ngo-1995. As our South African women, i-delegation raised ama-issues amaningi that were adopted worldwide. Of course, ezinye zezinto esasizi raise lapho, abanye abakwamanye ama-countries babaye bathuke ukuthi hawu kusekhona into ekanje kwezinye indawo, njengokuthi nje uma uqashiwe umuntu wesifazane nenza umsebenzi owodwa nomuntu wesilisa, wena umuntu wesifazane wawuya uthole isalary low kunalo wesilisa. Kanjalo futhi wawuthola ukuthi nalaba abanye ke mhlambe sasicabanga ukuthi bona bangcono njengabantu besifazane bohlanga lwabelungu. Uthola ukuthi just because they are women, you know, they were never treated equally with their male counterparts. But because we are making a lot of noise as women, even in that Beijing platform of action platform, Beijing platform of action, we made sure ukuthi such issues were raised and such issues alalelwa, and today we have realized a lot of achievements just because of our action as women as a South Africa. Ushiloge udadewethu la umama uLucas ukuthi they will be looking at the national development goals. Ukuthi how far are we? Very soon they will be looking at that. Nati we'll be looking at that at our level, at the provincial level, because our PGDS is actually informed by the National Development Plan. Ngakho-ke fanele sibuke ukuthi how far are we when it comes to that? Siyakujabulela kakhulu okwenziwa i-NCOP, because the Women's Charter, it's a guide. Let us accelerate the development of women, especially accelerating them, their development economically. Yabona lapha KwaZulu-Natal, uthi umama Premier, we are a maritime province. There are two very important ports. The port of Durban and the port yase Richards Bay. And there are many opportunities that present themselves through those ports. The question is, how many women are benefiting from the maritime sector? Do they even understand those opportunities? If they don't, how then do we empower them so that they may be aware of those opportunities akhona kwi-maritime sector? Umama-ke uDr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma ujwayele ukuthi athi kithi fanele niqale nibuke ukuthi yimaphi ama-natural endowments akhona, then utilize them, tap into them, nenze isiqiniseko sokuthi you use them ngendlela positive. Ngakho-ke siyabuka ukuthi noma sinomhlaba, are we utilizing umhlaba esinawo effectively? Abantu abaningi are now relocating from urban areas to rural areas, honorable members, because in rural areas you can grow your own food ngoba une piece of land. Kodwa mawuhlala kwi-urban area, you just can't do anything. Ngaphandle kokuthi uyangena uyaphuma kuphela, you can't enjoy the natural endowments that are there. Ngakho-ke kubalulekile ukuthi izinto ezikanjalo siyibone bese siyazi celebrate as well. Uthi umama uPremier yila eSouth Africa la sikwazi ukuba khona ukuthi sibe ne-mock parliament that is celebrating women during the Women's Month. Kuba khona ama-engagements nama-women from all walks of life, they raise their issues. Then those who have been elected as public representatives benza show ukuthi resolutions adopted there are actually being implemented through the programs of government, like what the NCOP is doing currently. Siyayinqoma i-NCOP, let me say, they actually deserve a big round of applause. And at the global level, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as adopted in 2015, foreground a set of goals to end poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring prosperity for all as part of a new sustainable development agenda to be achieved over the next 15 years to 2030. The National Development Program Vision of 2030 and the PGDS prioritize the significant role of women, youth, and people with disabilities in our society and their importance in ensuring a strong society in South Africa. And vulnerable groups are factored in as cross-cutting focal areas that need to be mainstreamed into all elements of provincial development across all policies, plans, and programs of our provincial government. Uthi-ke umama uPremier, lama regulations, ama procurement regulations, busy esiwadiscussayo njengamanje as a provincial government, as national departments, as municipalities should ensure, we should ensure that they benefit women and other vulnerable groups as well. Ngakho-ke kuningi okwenzakalayo nakwamanye ama-departments like i-department yakwa-health. I-department yakwa-health, most of the programs about implementayo are focusing on ensuring that women's issues are actually dealt with. Kanjalo no arts and culture, kunama programs amaningi oku-empowerisha abantu besifazane. U-Etia-ke presented here earlier on. Washo wonke ama-programs akhona, it's all up to you as women ukuthi nithi tap into, nithi make sure ukuthi you actually benefit. from those programs. Kanjalo kwa public works, we province ya KwaZulu-Natal, sike sibuka ukuthi when we go around looking for any office space la kule province, there is a lot of monopoly. There are few property owners akhona awohlanga oluthize, abekho ama Black Africans and Black women who own property in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Sekudala ke labo bantu abebenefita selokhu nje kwaba khona this democratic government. And I believe ukuthi even prior to that period, they were also benefiting. Manje enye opportunity leyo yokuthi abantu besifazane fanele bayibhekelele. Kwa community safety and liaison uthi uPremier, yes, they are providing a secretariat service, kodwa okubalulekile ukuthi abenze isiqiniseko sokuthi amaphoyisa ayawenza umsebenzi wawo futhi awenza ngokuthembeka. Kanjalo futhi ukhokta unama committees afana necommittee ye-MPEC ekufanele ukuthi istrengthenishwe ukuze leyo committee ikwazi ukwenza i-oversight role yayo ekuthini kahle kahle omasipala baperforma kanjani. U-Treasury upresentile ke naye washo ukuthi cha yonke into uzobheka ukuthi aphelile ama-reports ama-presentations athi we submitting reports, kodwa azothi here are the programs that we have actually initiated that are going to be benefiting this number of women in that particular province. So when it comes to the progress with regards to women empowerment, uthi uPremier, we senior managerial level KwaZulu-Natal cha sebebaningi impela abantu besifazane asebe employed kulawo ma levels. Of course, we can never be complacent. We'll make sure ukuthi we up our ante in order to ensure ukuthi there is gender equality when it comes to employment opportunities. uPremier ke uyasho ukuthi sino DG wesifazane uDr Nonhlanhla Mkhize kule province ya KwaZulu-Natal. In other words, administration yonke is being led by a woman. Uyena secretariat ye KZN Provincial Council, Provincial Executive Council, and yinto leyo ekufanele ukuthi siyiqhenye ngayo ngoba uyaye abe nama programs awa initiator kwasayena, especially lawo programs that have to do with gender-based violence and femicide. Uyathanda kakhulu ukuqwashisa, aqwashise nabanye futhi abasebenzi. As I conclude, uthi uPremier ke uyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba, uyawathembisa amakhosikazi akwaZulu-Natal ukuthi uzowenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ama programs that have to do with empowerment of women abakhona futhi abantu besifazane bazozizwela nabo ukuthi sekulida umuntu wesifazane on a vision of empowering other women out there. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Alibongwe gama lamakhosikazi. Ngiyaqala ukubona bomama abastrong kanje. Hayi, shayeleni izandla ngokwenu. Yeah, I don't have energy to sing now. Phela sokufike le nto leyana kashukela no high blood. Niyayazi angithi leya nam.
So I hope nani ke seyikhona kini shuthi nizokwenza kahle. I would like now to to hand over ku Deputy Chair uMama Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Chair we NSOP. Over to you, Mama.
Mama,
very much,
Mama, good
Honorable
afternoon,
Ngwenya.
Mama.
So ordinarily, on this part, we want to give the audience a few minutes, 3 minutes each of you to say something, but we've got very, very little time left. We apologize for that. So if 6 people come back to your seat, you will never do that, what you do to me now. It's not to me. Sit down. You can stand up again, but you don't go before I have agreed to that thing. I want from this side, 6 people, because you are more, 6 people. Move to the mic quickly, 6 people. You are the first one. Can you from there, up there, also, I want 6 people at the mic, and then I will come to this side. This side, we will give 4 people. That is what we will do. We have seen you, but I don't allow disorder in my meetings. If you watch TV, you will see it. Ask Lutuli. 6 people can stand there. Not all of you from one side. At least let us get one from up there and one from up there. Please. No, people can say I will call them. They know them already who they are. The 4 of them. And 3 minutes, ne? 3 minutes is enough to say, this is my name, and that is what I want to say. Zanele and other people here, please take notes. Mama, 1, 2, over.
Ngiyanibingelela lo khulumayo uMama uNontuthuzelo Dlamini osebenzela as an NPO endaweni yase rural Mbumbulu. Angeke ngisabonga ke lokho bengikubonga khona ama presentations ebengifisa ukuthi ngiwabonge. Ngicela ukuraise nje lama issues engizolento engizocela ukuthi
don't appreciate anything, just state your case.
Yes.
Don't appreciate
Yes.
anything.
Issue yesibhedlela ngizwile ku report ukuthi kuthiwa sinazo isibhedlela KZN. Ngicela ukuyiraise issue yesibhedlela eMbumbulu ukuthi isibhedlela sasemshiyeni is overloaded with too many areas esiservayo. Ngiyacela basi siyacela isibhedlela. Okunye ngiculile leculo ukuthi ngiyacela ukuthi kuphinde ku review allocation yama social workers per ward. I feel ukuthi it compromises focus on the programs, especially program engikuyona victim empowerment. There is no focus because the ward social worker is dealing with too many programs and too many issues. The other part, what white doors, I'm not sure about this. White doors, they are really home from home with TVs. I don't know, that's questionable. The other one is actually the assistance that we actually need. We don't see in the local level, actually on the ground where we are working as NPOs, we don't see the assistance. As it is now, I've just put a request because I've got a program which I have sourced for the women and for the community, the food parcels that are being donated. But now I was merely asking for fruit that actually are going to be given to these ladies or to these beneficiaries. But I was told that the budget is finished. And I don't understand the budget that started in July that is actually finished now. The other one that I actually requested for the same program was to actually get a marquee, which because I wanted to include with this issue of food parcels, the 16 days of a GPV program. So now it means I'm going to be handing over these 98 food parcels in an undignified manner on the grass in a bare. I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me emotional.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Pumi Magwaza from Gwamakuta Township, an activist. Kulele Soweto. Ngiyabonga ukuthi nifikile. Finally, thank you for being here. Nithu breweries unika imali, but why did you say to them about television and entertainment and the way they are advertising alcohol? Our children are dying. Sicela usizo bandla. Sikhathele, our children are becoming hunger addicts every single day. U-SAPS njengoba u-SAPS njengoba uthi kuzofaka amaphoyisa amanje. Ngicela nivale ama-tavern lawa angekho qualified. Siyaphi ingane zethu, please. And one of the main things engishoyo ukuthi ama-TCCs njengoba niwafakile siyabonga, siyawabona futhi ama-RRTs are doing their work for gender-based violence, but so mama asikho happy. Nikhetha ama-RRTs in some of the places and other places awekho ama-RRTs. You expect other people to walk to other districts to get assistance. On my last note, where is eThekwini municipality? Siphoxekile, shame. Nisiphoxile, I feel like crying. Bengizongena ngimpresentele mina, but ngoba bengakabhali ingayena nibhalanga, right? Kumnandi ukubhala but sina siyenza-ke emphakathini. Sicela niyenze njengoba nisho, sinilindile sinibhekile futhi. Abantwana, on the last part engiqeda, siyacela kube more edutainment on SABCs, please, less of entertainment because it's directing our children on the wrong angle. Sina history of iyizo. We have fought now until now from iyizo. Sikhula kuthiwa singayibuki iyizo. But today our children are bigger into uzalo and other things. Esingabafundisi sisters' rights. Stella uhulumeni account.
Thank you.
Thank you. Edutainment. Let the children
We heard
learn.
you very clearly. Maybe she didn't hear you, but we heard you. Yes.
Hello,
But we
hello,
have-
members.
You must know we have said six people. Don't abuse us. When we said 6 people, it can't be that it is 7 people that will speak now. We said 6. Okay. Thank you.
I'm the interpreter, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Miss Makwaza from Gwamakuta. I'm very much worried because we were not informed that you are coming. You would find us very much prepared. The first thing is that SAP gave you money and our kids are dying in these unqualified taverns. They drink alcohol as much as they can. Nobody is monitoring the situation. And we are not happy about the RRTs.
Let's do this. People don't want the translation, it's fine. You will translate for us when we go out. Yes, it's fine. We in any case only have the venue up until 4 o'clock. So if there is anything that was not raised, you will come to us and we will write it down. You continue.
Sanibona, Thembisi Kalala, osewa 29. Mina nje ngise okunye sengikhavekile kona esengikusukumela manje. Okokuthi sibonge nje kakhulu ukuthi sithole le services enjena ukuze sicaciseleke ngazo izinto eziningi esitholile. Kodwa bengisacela ukuthi njengoba sebekhulumile sekusele la kuma department ukuthi uhambe kuyo implementwa phela phansi kubonakale laba abaphethe iminyango besondela ebantwini besebenza ngendlela efanele basebenze ngayo. Kona siyalizwa impela iculo liyacula namhlanje kodwa sicela ukubona phansi besuka beyosebenza. Sinabo Department of Labor esingasabazi benzani manje ngoba kuyimanje kunezimboni ezikhona ekuyekuthiwa isebenzisa abantu ebusuku kodwa bekhona uDepartment of Labor besacela kakhulu ukuthi nisebenzele ngoba siyayikhuluma namhlanje lento kodwa phansi on the ground ayenzeki. Besacela ukuthi nje yenzeke ngoba ngempela baningi abantu efenda bayasebenza abanye abasebenzi kusebenza abantu ebusuku ekuthiwa bokufika eyinkampanini ezithize ziqasha abantu bokufika kodwa bekhona uDepartment of Labor ofenda basiza abantu ababahlali basemzansi.
It's not necessary to rush like that. 3 minutes is enough if you just state your issue. Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon. I appreciate what is being done.
Before you speak, is the officials writing down what the people are saying? Please do. Can I ask other officials from my office to check outside at table? Those that will not be called, they can go to the table in the meantime and give their issues if it is personal or it is very serious. Because we want to accommodate as much as possible. Because I said 6 year, 4 year. It's not because we don't want to accommodate you, it's because the venue is only available up to 4 o'clock. That is the thing. Otherwise, we would have taken 30 people out of this place. We usually do that. Continue.
Okay. It's much appreciated what's being done. But this is just a different line of thought. It's the violence will carry on and on. What do we do to stop it? Is it okay to take that abusive breadwinner, put him up in prison? A lot of the violence is not reported because they are scared of losing that income. I am thinking it's the abuser. Can something not be done to help the abuser? He wasn't born or she wasn't born an abuser. Something has gone wrong. Can we not look at something to help the abusers and put an end to it from that point of view too? Thank you.
Thank you. We need to accommodate different points of view, and it's very important. But one thing that I want, if you come, you know already what is the idea. Give us ideas. Don't ask us questions because we don't have time to respond to that one. No. Don't take me wrong. What I'm saying is, she said, can something not be done to the abuser? I'm sure she's got an idea as to what you want to be done. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't ask questions. I know if I say I want to do something, I know what I want to do. That is what I mean. Can you continue?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadia Burnham. I'm the Rapid Response Team Leader on Gender-Based Violence for Ward 11, specifically Quarry Heights and Newlands East. My challenge in our community, we do not have shelters in our community, but we do have a big landscape of bush that is the #1 contributing factor to gender-based violence, because in those bushes, women are getting raped. We can stand and hear the screams and cries through these bushes, but we're unable to go in there. Criminals are escaping because even SEPS members, when they come out, they are getting, they go in the bush and they cannot be located. There is copper wires being burnt there, theft, stolen goods being in there. So I just want to pose to you, Deputy Sylvia Lucas, can you please bring a team out and inspect what we exposed to on a daily? While you're sleeping in your houses, we're hearing women and children getting crying, murdered and raped. And if you say this is 16 days of activism, please, your departments on district level is failing you drastically. We have a rapid response team in Newlands East, Ward 11. SEPS is on there, yes, our councillors on there, but there is not one visible Department of Social Development or any of the local departments on there. How do we work with government when it is 51% civil society and 49% government? How are you all working? Who is implementing this women's charter when we on the ground are not the decision makers with you? And where is the budget? Where is the budget? Who's holding these monies? Because these monies are going on events that we see live on screens and at stadiums, but projects on the ground are not moving. And we are the change makers. We are the positive drivers on the floor. We are the first ones on site for gender-based violence. Where is government, and why isn't government funding the fight on GBV?
Thank you.
Mina ngiusinsiwe Cebekhulu. Sine cooperative yamakhosikazi. Ngijabulile ke mangibona abaseThekwini bengaqhamuki bezopresenta. Ngoba bengifuna ukubuza ukuthi kungani ama-cooperative eno-2 months wonke engaholelwa. Imali yethu singama-co-op ishone kephi? Asiholile sihutshwa abantu, asibaholelile abantu. Ekugcineni kuzobe engazuthi thina sifuna umsebenzi. Thina sibukeleka phansi ngoba singabantu besifazane abamnyama. Uma sifone ema-ofisini ingcingo zethu azi-answa. Kwenziwa yini lokho? Bengifisa ukubuza kubona. Sengiyacela ukuthi nizidlulisele kubona ukuthi sidinwe siganunu wabo.
I want to remind you Parliament is on your side. We are doing oversight with you as Parliament. So the questions that you are asking is not to me, but I want to make sure that your departments and your government in the province hear you clearly. Come, lady, number one, go. And then three. Not you, there cannot be that the three of you next to one another. It can't be. You can come from the back and you can go, yes, lady. And then someone from up there. One. Can we have some person from up there? Yes, there is it for. Let us just check the time. If there is still time, we will give 2 more. You may continue. Just lower the hand, because that hand is not intimidating me. You may. Yes, dear, speak.
Evening,
Khuluma.
everyone. My name is Pam Taylor. I'm from Dr. Taylor Foundation in Ward 29, Ketomena. The first concern in Ketomena is waste collection, which is making the place very dirty, and it's actually a pollution. And we got a museum that is standing there for like, I think it's like 4 or 5 years now, 7 years. It's not operating, it's even getting demolished. It's damaged at the back. But the high rate of unemployment is not, you cannot even imagine it. Ketomena is overcrowded and social ills are very high. And then the other concern is, I'm coming to a woman now. We asking, giving you a bad course. For women over 35 years, there is no employment. So we don't want to overload you, but we're coming with our own resolution. If we could work it out around that bracket. Can't you give us maybe like contracts, maybe say 3 years, look at a person's age, then you give 3 years. And you must remember the woman is a pillar of the family. The houses, the families that has no fathers, but with a woman, we can still survive. So those are the things that maybe we can put on the table. And I'm not being personal, but we do feel discriminated by the government. It's an abuse, indirect abuse, and it's an oppression. And furthermore,
Can you be clear? Can you be clear who is it that are feeling abused and be clear?
We as women.
Okay.
Yes, because the bracket we have passed 35 years, we have never reached the pensions, you know, like we cannot collect pensions.
You've got half a
so
minute.
We are hanging.
You've got half a minute. You've got half a minute.
Okay. And then there is houses that were demolished in the ward. And one of the people that are victims right now, they senior citizen and a disabled one. So I don't know where is the budget. The municipality is not here to answer that day, because when they were demolishing the houses, they promised them that they're gonna build. But all the winter, the rains, everything, now they're going to December, there's no houses for them. Okay. And we would like to ask, if possible, to give us a guideline how to apply for donation sponsorship for NPOs as we're running NPOs.
Thank
you.
Thank you. You can come to Ms. Mhlongo and give your details so that she can inform you that one of NPOs, and also ask them to assist with the municipality. Continue.
Sanbo, a lot has been covered. Okay, I'm here representing the LGBTQIA plus sector, the one that has been neglected. I only heard one speaker speaking about it, which was Madam Speaker. From national government down, we do not rejoice all this that the other people are enjoying. From employment, we are not even being hired because we are judged as we even come from the interviews, so we are not being hired. We have businesses that the government is not even being look for, which is specifically this sector must be catered for, a piece of a cake. We are clustered, it's either within the disability or they will only cater for us when they start to speak of GPVF, as just a percentage.
I want the national government to know that we are the sector that is standing aloof. We come in our diversity, including men and women within this sector, the bunch of professionals, the bunch of business people, but also those that are not employed just because of being of being discriminated based on our sexuality.
Thank you.
So I heard one of the speakers was speaking about equity. So please, within that equity, there must be a standard aloof sector, not someone that is clustered within some gender. We are a sector that is standing aloof.
Thank you.
Last one, Ma. Last one.
You are playing with me now. You.
Okay, but this is important.
But this treat you different. That I can't do. Please. You don't want to be treated different.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Nokulunga Malinga from Ward 45. I represent Deep Inc., which is a youth organization. So my request today is to have a youth center within the Inc. area. We have realized that our youth are suffering from gender-based violence, substance abuse, and school dropouts. Within the Inc. area, we have 3 TVET colleges, and it cannot occupy every single youth that is within the Inc. area. So as a youth organization in the Inc. area, we are requesting to have a youth center based in KwaMashu, since we have schools closing down within the Inc. area. In KwaMashu, we probably have about 13 schools closed down due to enrollments, or other kids are moving into urban areas and moving the townships. We need the government to actually help the youth in ensuring that we sustain our economy. By having this youth center, we understand that we will form a number of job opportunities for young people, also upskill our youth with skills within the center. It's also important that we have NPOs without venues to actually implement their work or their services. So as a suggestion, we ask for all the schools that are being closed down, can we utilize the infrastructure and make sure that we develop it to make sure that our people are economically sustained and we sustain all our projects. Thank you.
Thank you. The 2 of you know most that you are optional.
Sanbonani.
You know that you are optional. Please agree first.
Uqhamuka ku-Ward 44, Operation Sukuma Sakhe, OSS. I'm convening i-ward yami as kuSukuma Sakhe. Ngizokhulumela o-convener. Ngiyajabula nje mengibona uMama Mlonyeni ezethunyelwe uMama uNcube Dube kanye noBaba uSihle Zikalala. Ezisiyama convener anguzwanga khulunywa ngo-Operation Sukuma Sakhe as u-Operation Sukuma Sakhe iwona osithwele kanzima, ikakhulukazi emawolo la kuhleli khona abantu abangenwe ama-flight abahleli namanje uKhisimusi basazophinde bawudlele emawolo sithenjisiwe ukuthi kunama-TRC izindlu abazophuma bayohlala kuzona namanje basahlele emawolo and bayalwa laba bantu. Akekho umuntu okhathalela ithina oconvener esinenkinga namakhansela. So ngiyacela kakhulu Mama Mlonyeni udlulisele nakuCocta as u-Operation Sukuma Sakhe sidila kakhulu noCocta. Basilekelele siyayisidinga istipend nathi as 15 years sikule ndima yokuba oconvener. Ayikho imali esiyitholayo. So siyacela please.
Thank you.
Nisibonelele. Nalabantu abahleli bazodlela uKhisimusi lapho.
Greetings, everyone. Sanbonani, lokhulumayo uZanele wakwaMkhize, weZanele's Vision Services. uZanele uthole i-opportunity ngokuqhamuka kwe-lockdown. Wayeseqala wathi asikwazi ukuthi sithi uhulumeni akasiphi umsebenzi. Wayeseqala something. uZanele wenza ikhandlela, uliqala from the scratch, nensipho nelotion, uyadinga ukuthi asizakale. So into ithi ke ila, ngingajabula masingathola ukusizakala. I-crime iningi kakhulu kwi-area yami, ngiqhamuka ku-Ward 38 ngaphansi komasipala weTheku. siyayicela i-visibility yamaphoyisa. Ngeke ngisho ukuthi u-SAPS ngoba nelo mgwaqo maliqhamuka isigebengu siyathuka. Asikwazi ukugqekezelwa emini. Awukwazi uqukulelwa ifriji lakho from ekitchen liyobekwa ebedroom bese likhishwa injini emini uthi uye emsebenzini. Ebese ngiphinda ngithi la siyacela ake kwehle izinga lokwanda kwama-scrapyard. Kwi-area yethu thina sinenqwaba yama-scrapyard. Baphathi bami, sike sithi sidlula ngetekisi simbone umfana egijima ne-ayino ehamba elichitha amanzi. Ehamba elichitha amanzi i-ayino uyalibona ukuthi lisha lithengiwe kodwa leli ayino liyaphi? Liya e-scrapyard. Uthini umnikazi we-scrapyard? Siyafika endlini zethu thina imbhedi indluliwe ulale ngeshidi. Ngike ngalala ngeshidi mina ku-June 16 this year. Bese ngithi emaphoyiseni kumele aze abe mangaki ama-case numbers ukuze indaba yakho isetshenzwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguSinenhlanhla Ndlovu, from Ward 87 Umlazi. Ngiphuma kwi-ward ekade ilidwa the most strongest woman.
Are you the author of the book? Can the lady that they've given us the book, she will be the last one to speak. She can
Oh no,
come.
it's not me.
You can continue.
Yes. It was led by Umamzo, former councillor Umamzo, may her soul rest in peace. La ngithunywe abantu, especially young people, we would love to know ukuthi us as young people, as sinama company, and whenever we want to be funded, it is very, very angazi, we yes, exactly, and we get jeopardized ukuthi
Mapule.
we do not get funding. And bengifisa ukwazi ngelevula funding because most of ivula funding bavulela abantu abasha amathuba omsebenzi, but kuvelisana kubonakala engathi thina asiwatholi amathuba lawo because nathi siney'nkampani. As we speak, nami I have my own brand, ibizwa nge-Organic Glow, which nami I produce and manufacture izinto zokugcoba myself. So in that, ilokhuzana siyadinga nathi ukuthi whenever we want to start a business, nathi sibe khona into esiyitholayo as abantu abaqala amabhizinisi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. We will allow Mapule because we wanted her to say something at the beginning, but we didn't want to bring some other things into the program. So we are at the end of the program. You may speak now.
Okay, ngiyanibingelela Mandla. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthola ithuba. Indlovukazi uMapule, an author, and as well as umsakazi. Into enkulu.
Just one moment. As you are leaving, I don't know what is the arrangement with food, but people mustn't leave here without food, ne? So if you are leaving, just make sure that you get something to eat. Sorry.
Okay, ebesokusho ukuthi mina nje more is to encourage abantu besifazane. Ekuthenini kuzo zonke inkinga esinazo khona esingaqhomboka nako sikwenze. We have written a book as a collective yabantu besifazane and sibhale ngawo wonke umlando womuntu wesifazane ukuze akhuthaze abanye ukuthi bafike kanjani la. So lezi ncwadi ngibanikezile abasilidayo, we can read sibone ukuthi bona bafinyelela kanjani kulezi ndawo abakuzona. I've also written a book silwa ne-GBV eyami ithi Leaving the Shadows Behind. Nansi la ngikhuthaza nakhona futhi ukuthi asingahlali enhlungwini asisukumeni isambeni. Bese kuzoba enye futhi encwadi that we wrote collectively. There are gender-based violence stories here from abantu abahlala lapha ya besifazane eBish benza ubuhlalo. There is so much that you do not know about them. It's about time we start recognizing and identifying those women. We talk about those things and siqale sisukume collectively. Singayenza into izwakale kuwo wonke amazwe sifisa usizwakale kuwona. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm going to hand over this book to you, Chair, uzifunde. Hopefully khona okuzokwenzeka siqhubeke njengababhali. KZN Women Authors Forum phambili.
Thank you very much. Just whilst we are speaking about books, I hope you have taken the books that was around on Charlotte McClay. For those of you that were here, we will make sure that you get a copy of the Women's Charter. but the one of Charlotte Matlake is our gift to you. Let me just now also use the opportunity, the few minutes that I've left. Thank you very much, my dear. The few minutes that there is one of the taxi drivers lost his Nokia phone. He's from Ward 100. If one of you have seen the phone, can you please give it back? In any case, we don't have Nokia anymore. So give his Nokia phone back. I just want to use the opportunity to in particularly express our appreciation to the Speaker's office, firstly, for working with us on this wonderful program. Secondly, to the Premier's office, because when we were in Port Shepstone, the Premier already requested that we must please bring the program to KwaZulu-Natal this year. And we actually succeeded in doing that. To all of you, they traveled since this morning and were so patient. You were one of the best audiences that we had in a long time. Because of your patience and also because of the spirit that was here, we want to express our appreciation to all the members, all the stakeholders and the members. We appreciate you all the time. Let us appreciate the people today, but all our partners in this very important process over the 3 years since 2019. We want to express our appreciation. When we come back, God willing, we will be dealing with the National Development Plan, and we want women to input into that specific document and plan of the government. To all of you, may you have a blessed and a holy Christmas. Those that are not celebrating Christmas, may you celebrate with us as the Christians, as we celebrate with you when you are busy with your own special days. And if you seen President have given us an extra holiday on the 27th of December. All the best, travel safe, God be with you. Thank you very much. Don't go all of you at one stage. Sit and go row by row, then it will be faster. It worked in Eastern Cape when I was doing it like that. Hello, Mama.